Good evening. Welcome to the Housing Authority for the City of Salem meeting for Tuesday, May 28th, 2024. Would the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Nishioka.
Here.
Vice Chair Phillips.
Here.
Commissioner Gwynn.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Hoy. Absent. Commissioner Nordyke. Absent. Commissioner Varney.
Here.
Resident Commissioner Villegas. Absent. And Chair Stapleton.
I'm here. Thank you. All right. Commissioner Gonzalez, would you lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Vice Chair Phillips, do we have any additions or deletions?
Not tonight.
Thank you. We have nobody signed up for public comment. Vice Chair, the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Moved by Phillips, seconded by Nishioka.
Tonight's consent calendar agenda is very short. It includes 3.1A, the May 13th, 2024 draft Salem Housing Authority minutes. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Great, thank you. Any comments? Would the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoy. Absent. Commissioner Nordyke. Absent. Commissioner Varney.
Aye.
Commissioner Nishioka.
Aye.
Vice Chair Phillips.
Aye.
Commissioner Gwynn.
Aye.
Resident Commissioner Villegas absent. Chair Stapleton.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. All right, we have no public hearings, no special orders of business, but we do have our monthly project management report. And Nicole Oots, our housing administrator, is here. I would love for you to speak to this and use the opportunity to share what amazing things the Salem Housing Authority has been up to. And I'm sure we might have a couple of questions at the end.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Nicole Utes. I'm the Housing Administrator for Salem Housing Authority. And first and foremost, I'm glad to be back. I know I've missed a couple of the last meetings, and acting in capacity, Melanie Fletcher has done a great job handling things while I've been away. And with that, we did travel to one of the highlights tonight I did want to mention is that we were asked to travel to Atlanta, Georgia to be a part of the Housing First Conference, the National Housing First Conference. Our presentation focused on the necessity of collaboration, highlighting and participating in the City of Salem's internal homeless committee. We were able to provide firsthand stories of the effectiveness of the Community Action Unit, Homeless Services Team, the Salem Outreach and Livability Services Team. We explained how we facilitated communication, collaboration with Code and Compliance, Parks Recreation, Salem Police Department, and Salem Fire Department. We were also highlighted on our collaboration with local nonprofits, other government agency service providers, and our faith-based community partners. Homelessness is a complicated issue, and it takes all of us showing up at the table to find solutions. This invitation to us to participate in this national conference felt like an appropriate way to honor this chapter of the Homeless Rental Assistance Program sunsetting in June of 2024 and pay tribute to the efforts of our local leaders, advocates, and most importantly, our clients who did the hard work to obtain and maintain their housing. We are grateful for the opportunity and privilege to be a part of the solution, and we look forward to continuing the support efforts to provide housing options to people experiencing homeless in our city and region. And we always enjoy being the most innovative possibility in finding those solutions. It was quite the honor to be asked to highlight Salem at that conference, and it has brought us some national attention. We do have Oklahoma City Housing Authority and some other national housing authorities coming to Salem to see our permanent supportive housing efforts that we've done here, which they are just beginning in some of these large other cities. I also wanted to highlight that we have we have paid out $2.6 million in assistance for Section 8 program this last April. That is one of our highest amounts that we've paid out. The rents continue to rise. We know there is more need in the community, but that need continues to grow. April was National Fair Housing Month. And we did add some additional highlights in the program management report that includes all the work that we do on reasonable accommodations and the importance of those reasonable accommodations. And so our compliance manager highlighted that out of 84 working days, she's received 142 reasonable accommodation requests. 142 of those received, 138 were processed and approved. On top of that, we know we always like to discuss our family self-sufficiency program, which is also one that is that does very well for the residents. We have paid out over $44,000 in escrows for those graduates in the month of April. And then our biggest achievement has been that as of the end of April, Sequoia Crossings is fully leased. And I can say that for the last 30 days, it's been up and running. It's been a highlight to see it happen. It's great to see this property work as designed, and that it's really becoming together as a community. Included in the packet is something new. I've included the quarterly reports, which we will continue to highlight, that allows you to see how much resident services are completed at Yaquina, Redwood, and Sequoia Crossings, and how many different variety of efforts that go on to help individuals maintain their housing. And that is it for now, unless you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I was really excited to see that we were at a national conference and sharing the amazing work that we're doing here for our unhoused neighbors, and really proud that you all got the chance to kind of show off what you guys have been doing, because it really is amazing. Is there any other questions from folks? Yes, Commissioner Nishioka.
As usual, I just want to say thank you. You have continued to do a wonderful job for Salem, and I'm glad that you're receiving the national recognition.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Call to order this meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency for the City of Salem for Tuesday, May 28, 2024. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Stapleton.
Here.
Board Member Nishioka.
Here.
Board Member Phillips.
Here.
Board Member Gwen.
Here.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Here.
Board Member Hoy.
Here.
Board Member Nordyke.
Here.
Board Member Varney.
Here.
Chair Hoy.
Here. Councilor Stapleton, any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Not tonight.
All right, Councilor Stapleton, the consent calendar.
Yes, we have two items today. Item 3.1A, the April 22nd, 2024 draft Urban Renewal Agency minutes, and item 3.3A, which is the Boards and Commissions Appointment Committee and their recommendations for filling those vacancies. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilor Gwynn.
I just had a question. On the boards, on the appointments, were there other applicants, or were these the only folks considered?
I don't recall. Councilor Stapleton or Councilor Nordyke or Councilor Nishioka, other members of that committee, do you remember?
I believe that there were very few, and I think that we may not have even filled all that were needed. I think. Can't remember for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I apologize. Who was the second on the, is there a motion?
If there was no second, I'll second it.
It was Councilor Phillips.
Okay.
Further discussion? All right, so will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Varney.
Aye.
Board Member Stapleton.
Aye.
Board Member Nishioka.
Aye.
Board Member Phillips.
Aye.
Board Member Gwen.
Aye.
Board Member Gonzalez.
Aye.
Board Member Hoy.
Aye.
Board Member Nordyke. Aye. Chair Hoy.
Aye, motion passes. I see we have no other items on our agenda, so the Urban Renewal Agency is adjourned. Call to order this meeting of the City Council for the City of Salem for Tuesday, May 28, 2024. If the recorder will please call the roll.
Counselor Stapleton?
I'm here.
Counselor Nishioka?
Still here.
Counselor Phillips?
Here.
Counselor Gwynn?
Here?
Counselor Gonzalez?
Here.
Counselor Hoy?
Here.
Counselor Nordike?
Here.
Counselor Varney?
Yes.
Mayor Hoy?
Here. All right, Councilor Stapleton, do we have any additions or deletions?
Yes, we do. I move approval of the additions to the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Stapleton, second by Phillips. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. Yes, we have 2 more resolutions to add to item 5B.
Okay. Any discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Hoy?
Aye.
Counselor Nordike?
Aye.
Counselor Varney?
Aye.
Counselor Stapleton?
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka?
Aye.
Counselor Phillips?
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn? Counselor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mayor Hoy?
Aye, motion passes. All right, it's now time for council and city manager comments. I would like to start by congratulating Councilor Hoy on what looks like will be her election as mayor of the City of Salem. Are there any further comments? Councilor Nordike.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. This afternoon, I got to tour the Cottages United projects right next to Sweigel Elementary. And I just wanted to encourage everyone, if you're not familiar with this project, this is about moving the needle to increase affordable housing for some of our most vulnerable residents in the community, our low-income seniors. And I want to congratulate and commend Mayor Chris Hoy, because I know that, Mayor, you were really instrumental in working with Rhonda Wolf at the United Way in making this happen. I remember you and I sat down with Rhonda years ago. It might have been 2019. It was that long ago. And we took a look at a mock tiny home designed for folks who have ADA needs, designed for folks who want to live in one contained unit, but be a part of a community. And we have worked together with United Way to make that dream a reality. These projects, there are 10 tiny homes total, and they will rent out for $500 a month plus electricity, which is an incredible rate. And part of the reason that the United Way is able to offer these to our low-income seniors at such an affordable rate is the fact that we as a council voted to sell city land for $20, $20, a parcel of unused land, this really kind of an odd-shaped piece of land that had been overlooked by private development and overlooked, frankly, by the city for a higher and better use. So selling it to the United Way for a song meant that United Way could focus its fundraising efforts on building these homes for about 100, I think she said 120,000 per home. So if you want to be a part of this process for helping to increase affordable housing in our community, United Way is one of our community partners who we get to work with. And there are a lot of other community partners out there too. It's not just low-income seniors who need this form of housing. We have 18 to 24-year-olds coming out of college, coming out of high school, aging out of the foster care system, who don't have an affordable place to live. We have folks who are returning to society after serving their term of incarceration in an Oregon Department of Corrections facility, who again don't have access to affordable housing. If you're new to our council proceedings, this may be news to you, but we have been working very diligently on affordability of housing. And you can find affordable housing projects in different parts of the city: West Salem, South Salem, Northeast Salem. And we have a lot more to come. While we're on that topic, I also want to commend Nicole Utes, who just gave her program report on behalf of the Salem Housing Authority. Folks should take a look at the information online just to really talk about the data that demonstrates the amount of people that we've been able to serve, a number of folks, 313 total who are considered, quote, the hardest to house in our community, who are able to move indoors through the services provided by city staff at the Homeless Rental Assistance Program. So we continue to do other forms of work in other ways in a trauma-informed approach. So I'm really excited about the progress that we've made. And I know our work is not done. I know our council knows our work is not done. And I know our city staff knows that our work is not done. But I do think it's important to celebrate these little victories along the way, because for the 10 new residents, actually it's 11 because there's one couple plus 9 others who will be moving into the United Way Cottages United. I mean, this will be a lifesaver. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor, and thank you for highlighting that tiny cottage village on Market Street. I think that's a really, really exciting project. I know the ribbon cutting is later this week, and I'm going to be excited to be there and see that project come to full fruition. So thank you for highlighting that. Other comments? Do you have anything tonight? All right. We are now on to proclamations. I would like to call up Mark Green from Make Music Salem. No, it's fine. I'm sorry, I just don't know your name, though.
I'm Karen Green.
Okay. You're related to Mark? Is it on? Okay, great. You are Karen Green? Karen Green, and who are you?
Elizabeth Roth.
Elizabeth?
Danielle Green.
Danielle Green. Well, welcome. Whereas Make Music Day was launched in 1982 in France as the, oh no, there's French in here. Say it again. Fête de la musique. As a, I studied German in high school. As a new kind of musical holiday, an event where free live music is everywhere. And whereas over the last 40 years, Make Music Day has spread to over 1,000 cities in 120 countries and takes place on the summer solstice, June 21st each year, encouraging anyone who wants to take part, young and old, amateur and professional, to pour onto streets, parks, plazas, storefronts, gardens, and porches to share their music with friends, neighbors, and strangers, all free and open to the public. And whereas Make Music Day Salem is a nonprofit volunteer-run network that hosted its first event in Salem in 2016, since then over 1,300 performers, 1,700 performances, and 300 host venues have provided free music to over 50,000 people. And whereas Make Music Day is now planning the 9th annual Make Music Day celebration on Friday, June 21st, 2024, and is seeking performers, venues, sponsorships. And now, therefore, I, Chris Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim June 21 as Make Music Day in the City of Salem, and do hereby commend this observance to all of our residents, dated this 28th day of May, 2024.
First of all, thank you to the city. Thank you to the mayor for giving us this proclamation. We're very excited to volunteer once again to organize and put together Make Music Day Salem. Those of you that don't know, there's music all over the city, downtown, parks, like as was listed in the proclamation, and we hope you can come out and enjoy it. It's free, and we hope to have a great day of music again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite up Stephanie Hull and all of the folks from Moms Demand Action. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Welcome. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome. Yes. Thank you for being here. Hello. Thanks for being here. All right. Hopefully there's no French in this one. Whereas in communities across the United States and in our very own city of Salem, gun violence has profoundly affected the families of victims and survivors. And whereas every year in Oregon, more than 500 gun deaths occur, ranking Oregon as having the 30th highest rate of gun deaths in the United States. And whereas in Salem, fatal and non-fatal injury shootings have doubled in the last 5 years, and our city has already experienced 3 shooting homicides this year. And whereas cities across the nation are working to end senseless violence with evidence-based solutions, and whereas the City of Salem is taking a whole-of-community approach to reduce shootings with the Community Violence Reduction Initiative, emphasizing collaboration with residents, community-based organizations, local violence intervention activists, county governments, and local and federal law enforcement and criminal justice partners. And whereas our city is stronger when the entire community, residents and police, work together to address crime and safety. And whereas by wearing orange on June 7th, 2024, Salem residents can raise awareness of the issue of gun violence in our city and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And now, therefore, I, Chris Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim June 7th as National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and ask all Salemites to honor and remember victims and survivors of gun violence and resolve to work together as a community to reduce shootings and gun violence for the safety and protection of all neighborhoods. Dated this 28th day of May 2024.
Thank you so much for the proclamation again this year, Mayor Hoy. Thank you to our counselors, especially Counselor Trevor Phillips. And like the proclamation said, there's a lot of information in there about gun violence. But we are all volunteers with the Salem chapter of Moms Demand Action, and we are all up here for a variety of different reasons. Some of us are teachers, a lot of us are parents, but we are here because we don't want gun violence to be the leading cause of death for children and teens in America. We don't have to live like this, and we hope that you will wear orange on June 7th to show the rest of our community that our children matter and that we can still live in a community that doesn't prioritize guns over children.
Thank you. All right. We are now on to public comment. Council, without objection, we do have a person signed up under item number 8 who is in need of interpretation services, and the interpreter is only available for 2 hours. So we're going to allow that person to come up under item number 2, if that's all right. And then we'll get back to the folks signed up under item 2. So I don't have item 8 in front of me. So Giovanna Casas Reyes. If you'd step up to the podium, hit the button so the green light comes on.
Can I make it this? This is a pending land use matter.
And before you get started, our city attorney has comment for us.
Dan Atchison, City Attorney. I just wanted to let council and the public know that the matter that she's going to be speaking on and the other folks who are signed up under item 8 are speaking on a pending land use application that eventually will be before the hearings officer for decision and could eventually come to council on appeal or call-up. So this is going to be an ex-party communication you're about to receive. So if it does come to council at some point in the distant future, you'll need to make that disclosure. We'll remind you, and we'll include a transcript of this proceeding in the record.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Giovanna Casas, and I'm here to share the story of my father, Adan Casas, a small business owner in Salem who has been part of this community since 1987, when he moved when he moved from Mexico City. After many challenges and with very little money, he decided to start his small business. He took a leap of faith and found a small place to open his business where he rented it for 20 years. 2 years ago, my father decided it was time to invest in a commercial property and found the place located in Silverton Road. Our realtor had communicated this property could be used as a mechanic shop, and we trusted her word. When we first saw the property, there were homeless individuals living just outside the main entrance. Windows were broken and new paint was needed. This didn't matter to us because we knew this was our dream, to finally buy something of our own. However, just 8 months after we bought this property, we were notified by the city that this property could not operate as a mechanic shop without a 7,000 conditional use permit. This came as a complete surprise since our realtor had never mentioned any of this. Running a business is not easy, but my dad had never come across something like this. Would we have to move? Would we have to sell the property? What would we tell the bank? This caused stress for our family and father since my dad had just invested all his life savings onto this commercial property. I went to the city hall to look for answers and didn't understand the magnitude of this until I was told if this is not approved, your dad will have to move somewhere else. How can I tell this to my father? He already had enough going on at work for me to tell him this. I already knew what he was going to say. This was too good to be true, Giovanna. I knew then that we couldn't do this alone and that we needed the help of an expert, and thankfully we found Brittany, who has been helping us in getting the permit we need. However, we recently learned that the city is proposing 12 conditions of approval, and if these conditions are imposed, they will have lasting and severe consequences on the operation of my family's business that has existed over 22 years. I'm asking to please help my dad's business to continue operating in this location. Throughout the years, my dad has provided job opportunities, paid taxes, and helped the community of Salem. These conditions of approval have serious consequences on my dad's business. Throughout the years, he has provided job opportunities and has done a wonderful job in helping his customers. We appreciate your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up is Aiden Casas Angeles.
Ángeles. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Adán Casas y soy dueño del taller mecánico Adams Auburn of Salem. Inmigré a Salem desde 1987 y he sido parte de esta comunidad junto con mis 5 hijos y mi esposa. Nos mudamos a Estados Unidos para realizar nuestros sueños. Con mucho esfuerzo y dedicación, mi familia y yo hemos tratado de salir adelante con apoyo de la comunidad.
Good afternoon, members. I'm from the town of Salem. My name is Adán Casas Angeles, and I'm the owner of a mechanic shop, Adán's Automotive in Salem. I immigrated to Salem in 1987, and I've been part of this community with me and my 5 kids and my wife. We moved to the United States to make our dreams come true. With a lot of effort and dedication, me and my family try to get ahead in life and going with the support of the community.
En 2002 decidí abrir mi propio negocio mecánico donde estaba rentando un local. No fue tarea fácil, pero con mucha dedicación empecé mi pequeño negocio. Hace 2 años y mi familia y yo decidimos que era tiempo de comprar nuestro propio negocio, nuestro propio lugar mecánico, y gracias a Dios encontramos el local en Silverton Road.
2 years ago, in 2022, I decided to open my own business, a mechanic shop, where I was renting locally. It wasn't an easy task, but with a lot of determination, we started our small business. 2 years ago, me and my family decided that it was time to buy our own property, our own mechanic shop, and thanks to God, we found a local place in Silverton Road.
Hace 2 años mi familia y yo decidimos que era tiempo de comprar nuestro propio lugar mecánico y gracias a Dios encontramos el local en Auburn Road. Nuestro agente de bienes y raíces nos comunicó que este era un lugar apropiado para mi negocio y confiamos en su palabra.
Our realtor communicated to us that this place was an appropriate place for our business, and we trusted his word.
Sin embargo, en septiembre de 2023, la ciudad de Salem me notificó que necesitamos aplicar para un permiso de uso diferente para seguir operando como taller mecánico.
But in September 2003, the City of Salem notified us that we needed to apply for a permission of a different kind to continue operations in this mechanic shop.
Esta noticia nos causó mucho estrés, ya que nuestro agente nunca mencionó nada sobre esto. Fue como si me hubiera arrebatado mi sueño. Estos últimos meses han estado llenos de incertidumbre. Mi negocio depende de este permiso para seguir operando.
This news causes us all the stress because our agent never mentioned anything about this. It was almost like if they took my dream away. These last couple of months, there's been a lot of unknowns, and my business it depends on this permit to stay in operation.
Hemos estado siguiendo este proceso con la ayuda de Britney, que nos ha comunicado lo que necesitamos, pero recientemente nos enteramos que la ciudad de Salem está proponiendo condiciones de aprobación.
We've been in this process with the help of Brittany, who has told us that we need who's been telling us what we need. But recently we found out from the City of Salem that there's more conditions than we need for approval.
Estoy aquí para pedir su apoyo y dejarles saber que estas condiciones tienen impacto directo en mi negocio. Mi meta hoy es seguir trabajando como mecánico y apoyar a mi comunidad.
I'm here today to ask for support and let everybody know that these conditions have had direct impact on my business. My goal for today is to keep on working as a mechanic and support my community.
Les pido que por favor me apoyen para reconsiderar algunas de las condiciones para poder seguir sirviendo a mi comunidad, que Salem es mi casa y hogar donde mi familia y yo hemos tenido la oportunidad de crecer. Por favor, ayúdenme a continuar con mi pequeño negocio. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Adán Casas.
Today I'm asking that please help support to reconsider some of these conditions to continue serving my community. Salem is my home. It's where my family's at, and we have this opportunity to grow. Please continue supporting me and my small business. Thank you, Adán Casas Angeles.
Thank you. Brittany Randall.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brittany Randall, and I'm the owner of Brand Land Use located in Ward 2. I'm representing my clients, Adon's Automotives. Great job, you guys. I have conditions of approval and comments here prepared for each of you, if that is helpful to bring some context to this issue. So previously, the property, which is located at 3393 Silverton Road in Salem, was utilized as a commercial bakery dating back to the 1980s. After the bakery ceased operations, the site and building were listed for sale and sat vacant. During its vacancy, the site became an attraction for nefarious activities. The windows were broken, the building was vandalized with graffiti, illegal camping took place, there was trespass, and drug activity persisted and plagued the site. Giovanna and her family made an offer to purchase the property in 2022 prior to the adoption and implementation of our Salem Comprehensive Plan amendments and zone changes. At the time the offer to purchase the property was made, the site was designated as general commercial, and the motor vehicle service use was an outright permitted use on the site. The family closed on the property in January of 2023 after the implementation of the Our Salem changes. Giovanna's family was not the property owner during the implementation and therefore were not sent notice of the changes taking place, and we're not suggesting that the city erred in any way in the notice. They believed they were buying a property in the CG zone, which would permit her dad's business to operate there. After closing, Giovanna's family excitedly secured their new building and began repairs and cleanup. The exterior of the building was cleaned and painted, and Giovanna's dad began providing his services repairing vehicles in this city. It was not until the business sign was painted on the side of the building that Giovanna's family was made aware of the fact that they were actually operating in violation of the zoning code. At the time, it was believed they only needed to permit their sign to become compliant, but after submitting their sign permit, the planning department had informed them that their automotive use requires a conditional use permit in the mixed use 3 zone, which is the property's new designation. This is what brought Giovanna and I together. Our team was hired to assist her with obtaining the conditional use permit. Using examples of other permitted conditional use permits, we imagined the city would impose some conditions of approval, like the installation of wheel stops to better protect pedestrians along the sidewalk. But what we were given was a list of conditions which will render the site unusable by Giovanna's family for their business. With only 3 minutes to bring your attention to this matter, I don't have time to comb through each of these conditions and our responses, but we've prepared a handout for each of you to review and can answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney.
Councilors, as
Your microphone's not on.
Councilors, as I mentioned, this would be an ex parte communication from the applicant and the applicant's representative to council, and I would recommend not getting into a discussion with them. This matter is at the pre-app stage at this point. They haven't completed their application. It'll eventually go to the hearings officer if they complete their application. At that point, it could go from the hearings officer to council. So it would be inappropriate for council to take an active role in this application at this point because it's the hearings officer who will make the decision.
Councilor Phillips.
I have a process question. Thank you, Mayor. This is, I think, for City Attorney Dan Atchison. In regards to the documents mentioned, would they be captured in the typical work that's coming in future?
I'm not sure what documents you're referring to.
The documents she has, whether like outside of this being land use, which is unique and it's ex parte, how would that normally, is that going to be captured and communicated to whoever is making this decision process?
If she submits them, then they will be, yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to go back to item 2. As a reminder, folks, we're not going to be clapping all night. We have a lot of folks to get through, so we need to keep our audience participation to a minimum. I'm going to call you up in twos. Remember, we have 2 different stations for you to go. As a reminder, you have 3 minutes. Introduce yourself and either your ward or your address. The yellow light will flash when you have a minute to go. The red light comes on when your time is up. And all right, let's just get going. We have probably 2 or so hours worth of testimony. Sarah Van Woy and Jordan D. Sarah, you're up first. Hit that button for me so the green light comes on. Thank you.
Hi there. I would like to voice my concerns regarding the ceasefire resolution. If we adopt this resolution, we are opening the door to the question of why this was the conflict that broke our silence. Why not Yemen, where a proxy war between Iran and Saudi Arabia has cost not thousands, but millions of lives through starvation, lack of health care, and targeted civilian strikes? Why are we so morally outraged by the displacement of Palestinians, yet we have nothing to say about the displacement and illegal detention of millions of ethnic Uyghurs and other Muslims in East Asia? How do we have the right to demand peace between Israel and Palestine when we have nothing to say about Turkey and Kurdistan, the latter of whom have to this day are stateless despite a century-long struggle for independence in the face of consistent cultural persecution? What is it about all the other tragedies of the world that make them below our recognition, yet in this situation we are morally obligated to take a stand? Where do we get off hand-picking global injustices to take notice of when our own social challenges at home here pale in comparison to those faced elsewhere, and we can't even manage those? We have 1,300 homeless people sleeping in our streets, and we spent our last budget committee meeting warring between funding fountains in the park and movies in the park. Should Israel pass a resolution to call for the elimination of homelessness in Salem? Every single one of us has seen someone on the streets huddled under an alcove, covered in their own feces, talking to someone who wasn't there, and if we haven't seen them, it's only because we know the places to avoid so that we don't have to see them. Are we really going to sit here and cherry pick other nations to judge when we can't even get our own house in order? It's not just unhelpful, it's morally weak. It's virtue signaling, and it invites the world to judge the extent to which we will tolerate suffering at the expense of our own comfort. Thank you.
Thank you. Hit that button for me so the green light comes on. Introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Jordan. I'm here to speak on the ceasefire resolution.
Address or ward, please.
I live in Kaiser, and I am a part-time care provider for relatives in Ward 4 and Ward 7. The Human Rights Committee was asked to put forward a resolution. They did that. They discussed it, they debated it, and they heard community comment for weeks and weeks while the U.S., Oregon, and Salem tax dollars continued to kill, massacre, and maim Palestinians of every age, religion, and gender. The Human Rights Commission compared other cities' resolutions. They modified language. They discussed and debated and eventually passed a resolution onto this city council. What was the point of any of that if you do not discuss and approve that resolution? What's the point of your Human Rights Commission if you do not take their advice on their resolution? What are you saying if you don't approve the Human Rights Commission's resolution? Do you not trust them? Why did you bother delaying voting on this resolution for weeks and weeks if you weren't even going to listen to what they say? I urge you to look at the news. America stands alone on this issue. We are one of the few countries still refusing to stop aiding Israel's genocide. Salem will be remembered as culpable and complicit in this genocide if we do not stand and say something. You, Councilor Virginia Stapleton, Linda Nishioka, Trevor Phillips, Deanna Gwynn, Jose Gonzalez, Julie Hoy, Vanessa Nordyke, Mickey Varney, and Chris Hoy, if you do not pass the resolution as written by the Human Rights Committee, are you not culpable for this genocide? Thank you.
Jasenia Salinas and Jessica Relfield. Hit that button so the green light comes on, please. Okay. Hit the button for...
Good evening, Mayor Hoy, City Manager, City Planner, and councilors. My name is Jasenia, and I live in Ward 1. Thanks for finally putting this on the agenda. In the 6 weeks it's taken you to take action, over 10,000 innocent Palestinians have been murdered, not just in the concentration camp that is Gaza, but in the occupied West Bank too, in all of Palestine. Just this weekend, the Israeli army, led by Netanyahu, dropped 2,000-pound bombs on designated safe zones in Rafah, a small city in Gaza, even after the International Court of Justice ordered him to stop the Rafah attacks, killing 72 people and injuring hundreds more. There are videos of beheaded and burned babies from Rafah circulating today. You can see a screenshot of it on the screen above. This is not hearsay, these are real babies. Where is the outrage from Biden and Western leaders? Where is the outrage from you guys? Do Palestinian babies not matter to you? There was no beheaded babies headline on the New York Times or CNN, the BBC or Washington Post this morning or yesterday. In fact, not a single Western mainstream media outlet covered this atrocity. Perhaps beheaded Palestinian babies have to be fictitious Israeli babies to be the subject of mainstream Western media focus. You claim to want to pass a resolution that reflects the sentiment of the entire community, but yet the draft you want to pass sounds like it came right out of the Israeli PR playbook. 406, yes, you heard that number right, not 200, not 300, but 406 Salem residents have signed a petition that has been passed around to you guys right now, demanding a ceasefire resolution with the language included in the draft recommended by the HRC. Not this watered down fluff that you drafted with the Zionist community. That's 406 Salem community members of all religious backgrounds and nationalities demanding that you acknowledge and condemn this genocide and our funding of it. How many people agree with the one that you drafted, Keith? Or the one that you drafted, Stapleton? You mentioned how many Israelis died on October 7th, but you failed to mention that over 40,000 Palestinians have been genocided since then. We have not spent the last 6 weeks showing up to the City Council meetings and the Human Rights Commission meetings only to have you pass something that we do not agree with. Either you pass the resolution recommended by the HRC, drafted alongside the community members, or you don't pass anything at all. Just to reiterate, the petition says that we need to call for the Biden administration to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and unrestricted entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza. It calls for the restoration of access to basic necessities like food, water, electricity, and medical services. It denounces U.S. complicity in Israel's military campaign. It calls for an end to Israeli genocide. Don't leave that word out.
Jessica.
Thank you. My name is Jessica. I'm a Jewish resident of Salem in Ward 2. I'd like you to know that I'm putting myself at risk by speaking here to you tonight. I'm here representing some Jewish residents of Salem and multiple communities. Let me share what some of these residents have to say. The process by which the HRC statement came to be was disrespectful and not inclusive of Jewish input, and that sucks. I'm sorry for folks who were present and that had to deal with that. When I questioned the use of the term genocide while recognizing the death and destruction in Gaza, a subsequent speaker suggested that the HRC not allow anyone to speak who denies there is a genocide of Palestinians. To her credit, the city staff person and not the HRC said everyone should be allowed to speak their mind without censorship. I am distressed that the Human Rights Commission allowed a Palestinian flag to be placed behind the committee during the meeting. The way the behavior differences of the audience were tolerated toward pro-Palestinian speakers versus Jewish speakers shows a clear bias. A good leader would have called for order and not let that continue. The HRC needs a new slate of members and a leader who will make sure that all speakers are treated with respect. Salem's Human Rights Commission made Jews who attended feel marginalized, unheard, unimportant, unsafe, silenced, and as if our pain is of no importance. That's a hugely flawed process that the HRC did not operate with compassion, did not stand in solidarity with, or even express willingness to learn from the Jewish community, and did not condemn or even acknowledge anti-Semitism, and did not show any real commitment to a solidarity building process to bring community together. We're appalled at the process used in production of the resolution and feel unheard, as well as belabored and antagonized. I wanted to share with you several examples of a council not passing city resolutions that were before them, as there are several city councils that have not passed resolutions due to concerns expressed by their constituents and harm perceived by members of their communities, after the city councils were also harassed by large groups who overwhelmed their chambers. We as a community are relieved that the Denver City Council decided not to take steps to further divide our community by not advancing this proclamation today. It is resolved in Santa Monica that while tragic armed conflicts are occurring in the Middle East, we acknowledge the feelings of hate and despair within our community from these outside events that are stirring anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in Santa Monica. I live here. I will deal with the repercussions of this resolution for the rest of my life in Salem as a constituent. Some of these people don't live here. Some of them are students. Maybe they won't live here in 2 years, but I will. I own a home here. I'm a Jewish resident. I'm representing other Jewish residents. We haven't felt heard or respected, and we are afraid of the government at this point.
Thank you. Finn and Mesley Rosas. Finn was the first person. Finn M. Is that you?
Yep.
You're
My name's Finn, and I'm a member of Ward 7, and I give my time to this man.
Good evening.
Who are you?
My name is Fayyad. I am his friend, and I live in Ward 4.
Okay.
Thank you for the time this evening. I commend you on the resolution to support Moms Against Gun Violence. But I have to note that you did not at one point take into account the view of guns in that resolution, or the shooters for that matter. School shooters were not given the due time in that resolution. This is what we're talking about. There is no fake two-sidedness in this conversation. If there is a genocide, there are no two sides in recognizing, to be recognized around it. Many of you saw the news coming out of Rafah in the last couple of days. Refugees who are fleeing homes, fleeing bombardment, gathered in tents, were bombed again. Body parts, children were beheaded, people were burnt alive. That's what we're asking you to condemn and speak up against. That's it. We're not asking you to take position on any other thing, right? Why do we have to do that? It is the morally right thing to do, correct? It is. But also we have a role. A speaker asked you why can't we take a position on the displacement of Uyghurs in China? It is a genocide also in China, but we're not funding it. We're not paying for it with our money. This one we are. To the U.S. taxpayers are contributing $100 million a day worth of bombs and logistical support, not to mention all the political cover Israel is getting. That's why we're obligated to speak up against it, because we are playing a role. So why we have to take a position? Yes, it is morally the right thing to do, but we have to speak up because we are contributing to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mesley Rosas. Mesley Rosas. Are you here? Yes. Hit the button there so the green light comes on, please. There you go.
Hi, I'm Mesley from Ward 5. Mayor Oy, when Representative Salinas held a town hall, you told my sibling to hold their tongue when they were demanding for a ceasefire. As a mayor who wants to be reelected, it's impressive how quick you are to silence your constituents. I'm gonna play an audio. That's a video from Rafah. That is what you are attempting to silence. Councilor Gonzalez, as your constituent, I ask you to vote yes to the ceasefire resolution as written by the Human Rights Commission. This resolution is a bare minimum the city can do to promise you will use your positions of power to press our federal government for a ceasefire and to allocate the funds going to Israel's military to be invested into our own community. As a small business owner, as a father, as a human being, how do you sleep at night knowing your dollars are funding for other small businesses to be bombed, for other families to be killed? Ask yourself what you would seek from the rest of the world if it were raining bombs on your children. As a Latino who sits on this council and who represents a community with a large Latino population, it's critical to stand with Palestinians. Our struggles are connected. These new rewritten versions by the council of the resolution are vague, don't address the issue, and to a degree are pointless. There is also language that indicates Palestinians are terrorists, potentially pushing propaganda to justify the genocide. You can tell it's written by self-serving politicians. These new versions seem to evade accountability. What was the point in having us meet weekly to write one if you intend to silence us? I'm also aware there is a concern for anti-Semitism, but it's important to be aware how detrimental it is to equate calling for an end to a genocide be quote-unquote discriminatory. It's very fake and sadistic to allow one citizen's emotional manipulation to dictate this resolution's direction, claiming they live in fear when there have been multiple Jewish constituents who have spoken up for a ceasefire resolution and have brought up how dangerous Zionism is to the Jewish community. Or do their voices not matter because they don't support Zionism? The argument of anti-Semitism in this conversation has only been utilized to silence Palestinian voices. That is an act of violence. If the council truly cared for anti-Semitism, it would be its own conversation, a separate entity, not used as a means to be complicit in a genocide. It shouldn't even be the center of the conversation. The conversation should be centered around Palestinians who are currently being slaughtered by the illegal occupation. Pass the resolution, the original one written by the Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Joaquin Lara Midkiff and Joel Estrin. He's coming. It's Joaquin Lara Midkiff and Joel Estrin.
So we have a public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Joaquin Lara Midkiff, resident of Ward 8, and on the leadership of the city's Human Rights Commission, here to speak to the process of the Gaza peace resolution under consideration tonight. Though the month-long public language crafting process was challenging and riddled with anxiety from many communities, the HRC struck a balance, however imperfect, and developed grounded and measured language. And in the several weeks since the Commission's language crafting process through sustained outreach, it has become increasingly likely that the resolution was something that the city could rally our diverse communities around. The Commission's resolution presented for your consideration is contributing to a national conversation that is primarily, though not exclusively, about one thing: the question of our purchase as local taxpayers on the lives of people far away. As I said back in early April, and maintain tonight, in that conversation, we need to be free to use the most accurate language available to us in describing the circumstances of the world. If we cannot with any specificity name our present, then we are prohibited from putting language to a future, and our ability to render that more peaceful future is made immaterial. The Commission's resolution began by plainly enumerating well-documented violations of international law. Among these, domicide, infanticide, ethnic cleansing, and the systematic destruction of Gaza's health infrastructure that have amounted to a genocide against the Palestinian people, and for which the international courts have subsequently begun seeking arrest warrants against the most senior Israeli political and military leaders. The Commission's resolution language concluded with resolutions that sought peace, humanitarian aid, release of all hostages, community building here locally in Salem, and called upon our federal delegation to use their positions and platforms to, in turn, call for peace and stability. From a human rights perspective, these are elemental commitments. Locally, even if we cannot always agree on what constitutes the right language, despite a growing international and expert consensus on terminology, we still need to be having this most essential conversation, again, about our purchase on the lives of other people. The proposed alternatives, no matter how well-intentioned they may be or consensus-seeking they likely are, abdicate that conversation and do not seriously engage with the language or process that commission undertook over several weeks at your request. They retreat from our fundamental responsibility to capture decency and truth-telling when promoting peace. For these reasons, when, as I hope you do, you choose to embody Salem's core value of compassion and call for peace tonight, I encourage you to adopt the language your communities and your city process has proposed. I urge council to adopt the resolution presented by the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you. Hit that button and turn the green light on. Thank you.
Hi. For those who know me, this won't take very long, which is a great big surprise.
Please introduce yourself and your
My
address
name
and
is
your
Joel
ward.
Estrin, and I think I'm in Ward 5. All I want to say in the voice of public safety is that before we leave tonight, we all take a deep breath, commend each one for coming in and doing their best, saying what they believe, and try to leave with peace in your heart and not animosity. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Rosenblit and Michael Schneider.
Is it this button? Okay, sorry. Hi, I'm Michael Schneider from Ward 4, and I just wanted to come and speak tonight in support of, the human rights thing for Gaza. Sorry, I'm gonna have a speech impediment, so
it's okay. You're doing just
I
fine.
might stutter a few times, but
no worries.
So, growing up, I was told, in regards to the last genocide, where my family, I lost some members that I don't know about anymore, and we were told never again, and that was repeated every single time that it was talked about in school. But here we are again, and we're watching it happen on the news, and we're not saying anything. And I felt like that wasn't appropriate. We need to say something, and we need to say it with the right words, and we need to call it what it is. It's a genocide. We shouldn't be, trying to soften it for anybody, because that's what it is. It's a genocide. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Joel?
I'm Joel Rosenblit. I live in Ward 7. I have sympathy for the trauma of Palestinians. I should say I have empathy for them because the Jewish people have a lot of trauma in our past and in our present. I understand your outrage. The news every week is sickening from Gaza, especially this week in the news from Rafah. The conditions in Gaza with death, destruction, and famine are deplorable. I do not support the way Israel has conducted the war against Hamas, and I support a ceasefire. But there is also trauma in Israel because of the brutal attacks of Hamas on October 7th, the displacement of Jews in the north and the south of Israel. Hamas said they would do it again in the same way. And the land belongs to Muslims, and there's no place for the 7 million Jews who live there. And by the way, over half the population are Sephardi Jews from Muslim countries, refugees from Muslim countries. As a Jew in Salem, I do not feel safe with the rise of anti-Semitism and the hostility to Jews in Israel. I support two states, Israel and Palestine. The Human Rights Commission made my insecurities worse by the way they conducted the hearings. I spoke at one of the hearings. To me, it felt like the hearings were hijacked by pro-Palestinian activists who posted a Palestinian flag in front of the hearings, and the Human Rights Commission did not ask them to take it down. The Human Rights Commission did not encourage dialogue or conciliation between Salem's Jewish and Palestinian residents and their supporters. Both proposed resolutions are flawed in my mind, and I won't go into the details right now because I don't have time, but they did not incorporate some of the concerns of the Jewish community in the resolutions. Until the concerns of the Jewish community, and I should say my concerns, are addressed and our fears and insecurities are adequately heard, I urge you to table both resolutions.
Thank you. Gary Ellison and Max Moran. Hit that button for me so the green light comes on. Should I have the other gentleman go first?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Council members, Gary Ellison, Ward 7. I've been a Salem resident for 28 years. I previously served as the rabbi of the Jewish community for 11 years and remained active in both the civic and the faith community. I love Salem, and I'm proud to claim it as my home. Just over 20 years ago in this very chamber, the City Council, under the leadership of the late and I would say great Mayor Mike Swaim, presented myself and several members of the BIPAC community with an apology, a lengthy, well thought out and genuine apology for decades of, let's just say, not some of Salem's finest history. The history of racism, injustice, and inequality. And it was in large part that the Human Rights Commission came into being from that very time. Not without a bit of controversy. But the HRC's mission in creating a forum for addressing and being attentive to injustice, inequality, and biases in our community really have helped form a meaningful addition to the matrix of our continually evolving and maturing city. While I understand and acknowledge the passion and the commitments which inspired the committee's resolution regarding a ceasefire in Gaza, I would ask that the council proceed with great care in considering the impact of this resolution on some of the very citizens of this community that the HRC was created to serve. As one member of 2% of our citizenry, I am concerned. I'm aware that my colleague, Rabbi Elisha Herb, was part of the Commission's deliberations on this issue and has expressed sincere disappointment in regard to the respect extended to him and the Jewish community and his inclusion in the process. In that light, passage of the proposed Gaza ceasefire resolution, I believe ultimately may do more harm than good to the enterprise of the HRC. Adoption of the city manager's alternate proposal will likely not appease many. I encourage the tabling of the motion.
Thank you. Max Moran and Carmen C. Sorry, Max.
Am I on?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors. My name is Max Moran. I'm a Ward 1 resident and a proud Jew. I rise today to urge you to adopt this resolution recommended by the Commission. Like most of my fellow Jews, I was taught from an early age that our people have suffered extraordinary hatred for centuries. The word genocide was coined to describe the Jewish experience of the Holocaust, in which 6 million Jews were murdered with industrial efficiency in just 4 years. The only reason I am alive today is that my great-grandfather happened to emigrate from Poland just a few years before the Nazis came to power in Germany. Every single one of his brothers, sisters, aunts, and uncles were killed in the camps. I say this to make it clear that I do not say the following lightly. Israel is undeniably perpetrating genocide in Gaza. This is profoundly psychologically jarring for me to say as a Jew. It is also the truth. The word genocide has a very specific definition. It is the crime of acting to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, religious, or racial group with the specific intent of destruction. Israel's actions clearly meet 4 of its classic indicators. First, killing members of the group. IDF soldiers have killed over 35,000 people, including over 13,800 children.
Max, could I interrupt you for just 1 second? I apologize. We are having an ASL interpreter trying to interpret your words, and with your really rapid speech, they're having difficulty. So if you could slow down for me, that would be great.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Firstly, killing members of the group. IDF soldiers have killed over 35,000 people, including over 13,800 children, in a region where half of the population is under 18 years old. 96% of those killed in the last 8 months are Palestinian, according to UN data. Second, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Over 77,000 Palestinians have been injured in IDF attacks. Israel has bombed refugee camps, most recently in Rafah. Even before October 7th, UC San Diego clinical psychologists found that 85% of Palestinian children show symptoms of PTSD. Third, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Gaza has been in a state of man-made famine for months. Israel has restricted humanitarian food delivery since 10/7, which is a war crime. Fourth, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. 30 of Gaza's 36 hospitals have been bombed, many repeatedly. The terrorist attacks on October 7th were evil, but this is not a reasonable response. This is not a war, it is a massacre. It is a genocide. I know that many of my fellow Jews find it impossible to imagine that we, as the people whose experience gave birth to the word genocide, could inflict such pain on others. That is a natural human failing. Accepting what Israel has done in our names as Jews forever transforms how you understand what it means to be Jewish. It requires us to face some very bleak and very confusing realities. I understand why someone might instead choose denial. Many peoples have in similar circumstances before. But if we wrap ourselves in denial, that is an act of unforgivable weakness. It is a betrayal of our basic duties to our fellow human beings and our specifically Jewish obligations to repair the world. The cost of our denial is the lives of thousands of Gazan children. Going through an identity crisis is hard. The murder of a child is much harder, and eradicatory violence against an entire human identity is more than hard, it is unforgivable. Let me also make very clear that anti-Zionism is not remotely the same thing as anti-Semitism. Non-Zionism and anti-Zionism were the majority views within American Judaism until the 1967 Six-Day War. If one loves the Jewish people, as I do, one should hold us to the standard expected of all the peoples of the world. I urge you to condemn Israel's violence as the genocide that it is and adopt this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carmen C. and Michael Slater. Carmen C. and Michael Slater. Oh, you turned the microphone off. One more, there you go.
Good evening, Council. My name is Carmen. I'm a resident of Ward 3, represented by Dr. Phillips. I call on all council members to vote yes on the Human Rights Commission's original ceasefire resolution without amendments. The newly drafted resolution fails to address the concerns and efforts contributed by the Salem community. It is vague, perfunctory, and does nothing to stand up for the safety of Salem residents or our fellow global citizens. The 2 additional resolutions that were posted hours before this meeting are unnecessary. Trust the people you appointed to the Human Rights Committee to do their job. They listened to the public and drafted a resolution per Mayor Hoy's request. Questions of ideology and personal beliefs have no place when calling to the end of a genocide. Furthermore, the arguments of anti-Semitism against the original resolution are simply unfounded. The HRC's resolution, quote, condemns and will not tolerate anti-Semitism, anti-Palestinian or anti-Arab bigotry and Islamophobia, or any acts of bias or hate against Jewish, Muslim, or Palestinian residents of the city of Salem. The new resolution has no such statements. Our discomfort matters little when tens of thousands of Palestinians are being systematically slaughtered. The actual lives and deaths of Palestinian civilians hold more weight than the feelings of any of us in this room. To equate these two things is to be oblivious to the reality of the situation. I need to emphasize how this is not a matter of ideology, but a matter of morality. No religion stands for violence against civilians. I once again call on all council members to vote yes on the Human Rights Commission's original ceasefire resolution. It is not enough to hope for peace. It is not enough to hope for a ceasefire. You must demand it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. Council members, my name is Michael Slater. I'm a resident of Ward 7 and a member of Temple Beth Shalom. My remarks are my own. I'm here tonight to ask the City of Salem to undertake an investigation of Salem Human Rights Commission for violations of SRC 97 and other federal or state laws that prohibit public discrimination against, intimidation, or interfering with citizens' right to petition government on the basis of religion. Specifically, the City of Salem's Human Rights Commission created a hostile environment for Rabbi Eli Erb and other members of Temple Beth Shalom during their participation in a series of meetings held by the HRC. And I believe Mr. Rosenblatt described a little bit of those experiences. As you know, SRC 97 states, it is the intent of the council in the exercise of its powers for the protection of the public health, safety, and general welfare, and for the maintenance of peace and good government, that every individual shall have an equal opportunity to participate in the life of the city. The HRC created a hostile environment by their own acts and by failing to manage the meeting in an impartial manner. The HRC demonstrated their own bias, which undermined their public purpose and their charter. I won't go into specifics, but I do have that in a letter. Moreover, the HRC violated its primary purpose. The first duty listed by the HRC is promote harmonious intergroup relations within the city by enlisting the cooperation of various racial, religious, nationality groups, etc. Its second and third duties are respectively examine sources of tension, practices of discrimination, and acts of prejudice, and perform such conciliatory services as would not conflict with other agencies of the government. The HRC's actions were the antithesis of promoting harmonious intergroup actions. In fact, they modeled the opposite. It openly favored the view of one group, advanced their agenda, belittled representatives of another group, and made no effort to create a dialogue between groups with opposing views. Furthermore, the HRC acted in bad faith when it was executing its listed duties. For example, after the very first meeting, the committee adopted a resolution condemning Israel for genocide. This was a decision that was made after the very first meeting and before completing any other meetings. In addition, the HRC disregarded, as the minutes show, the resolutions offered by Mayor Hoy and others for consideration. They said, and I quote, the mayor indicated an interest in a statement shared by the Polk County Democrats and read the statement. He indicated that is not what he would recommend. Chair Jackson noted that the group can say whatever it needs to say, and then the mayor can choose to do whatever he would like. So I'm very distressed with this idea that a small cohort of people got together, made a decision, and then decided that that speaks for the rest of the community. It does not, and I believe at least part of the community was silenced.
Thank you. Gilbert Feibelman and Jane Tichnell. Hit that button for me. To the green. There you go.
Hi, I'm Gilbert Feibelman. I'm either in Ward 3 or 4, I'm not sure. Been a resident of Salem for 48 years, retired lawyer. I'm speaking against the resolution. I wasn't there at all the meetings of the Human Rights Commission. I've heard a lot about it. But one thing I did learn as a lawyer is that you look at a document and you look at the four corners of the document to understand what it means. And I've written a lot of documents, a lot of agreements, a lot of resolutions in my life. And the whereas section is kind of how we got there and why we're doing it. And then when you get past that, you get into, okay, what we're doing. Well, when you look at the whereases of this document, the focus is atrocity, genocide. Oh, by the way, some people were killed in Israel. And then it's, we need to do something, we need to do something. But the focus is not about, in the resolutions, about we want a ceasefire, we want killing to end. It's about placing blame, labeling, being anti-Israel. Then you move around to what it's going to be, and I look for words, language. So there's a demand in Section 2 of the resolution. What's the demand? No more money for the defense of Israel. It says a lot of other things, but that's what it says. Be directed, no more U.S. aid, monetary or otherwise, be directed to the arming or defense of Israel. So if you adopt this resolution, you've taken the position Israel can't defend itself against the 400 missiles that come from Iran. It can't defend itself from the next attack from Hamas, the next attack from Hezbollah, the next attack from any other country, and it's been attacked for the last 70 years. So then you read through more of this. They're demanding no money for Israel to defend itself, and then they urge that we do something about hostages. Where's the demand to release all the hostages? And you look through the rest of this, permanent ceasefire, I don't think, quite frankly, the City of Salem, it's our position to be taking positions on international law or international activities. We have people in Congress, congressmen, congresswomen, senators, a president that we vote for. They make the decisions on that stuff. The City of Salem doesn't. So when people get up here and they say, it's on you, if you don't do something, heads will roll. If you don't do what we say, the reality is you have a Human Rights Commission. You've asked them to do jobs. Your job is to decide whether to adopt or not adopt what they recommend. Your job is to decide whether or not you change what they recommend. But that's what we elect you to do, not to rubber stamp what the commission does, but to make your own decisions, thinking about all the citizens of Salem, not just the loudest voices in this room or the loudest voices in some other room. So I would urge you to not adopt the resolution from the Human Rights Commission. If you feel you have to do something, the resolution that, alternative resolution would be close to okay. But that's my position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane Tichnell.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jane Tichnell. I live in Kaiser, but I'm representing Ward 7. I'm here as a mom and a community member standing in solidarity with Salem, Oregon, calling for an immediate ceasefire for the war happening in Gaza that is aiding in the genocide of the Palestinian people, as well as the release of all Israeli hostages. We must stand for peace. We must stand for justice for Palestine. We must recognize the trauma that Israel has experienced by Hamas, We must not be numbed by what we see online, and we must remind ourselves and each other that we are witnessing human lives being destroyed, generations of families and entire communities ending. We must work together and recognize our democracy, our constitutional rights are being threatened as the future of this country is facing the most important election we've ever had. We must protect women's rights. We must protect public education. We must protect libraries. We must protect accessible health care. We must protect rights for immigrants. We must protect our democracy. We must not tolerate hate and discrimination. We must not accept a future that threatens the well-being of this great nation, of this city. We must not stand by as we watch powerful dictators violently take independent land. I want to quickly thank Mayor Chris Hoy for your impactful work in this city, as well as the revenue and the city council members. The city will continue to watch as the new leadership takes over. I hope this community will continue to stand for what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Care Downen and Natalie Rojas.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Downen. I'm in Ward 4. Earlier this week, the City Council sent out an email acknowledging Jewish Heritage Awareness Month. And I understand that there are many people, many here, who have spoken up about their fears and concerns about anti-Semitism increasing since the genocide that Israel has been enacting on the people of Palestine, funded by American taxpayers' dollars and weapons. But let's be clear, the criticizing the illegal occupying state of Israel, that is occupying and stealing Palestinian land, is not the same thing as anti-Semitism. There are many Jewish people who are also standing against Zionist genocide against the people of Palestine. You've seen some of them today. Jewish faith and Zionist extremism is not the same thing. Avi Shalem, the British Israeli historian from Oxford University, says that anti-Semitism has been weaponized to whitewash Israeli apartheid and the Israeli occupation and Israeli war crimes. It has also been weaponized to attack supporters of Palestinian rights and critics of Israel. In most cases, criticism of Israel are evidence-based and legitimate. They relate to Israeli actions, and they have nothing to do with the hatred of Jews. He also says that Israel has succeeded in creating a climate of fear. Israel has terrorized people to stay away from the criticism. And it's not to protect Jews against anti-Semitism, but to make people who are in no way anti-Semitic very cautious to say anything about what's happening. Jewish Voice for Peace has made statements about the highest officials in the Israeli government have been expressing plans to destroy Palestinians and Palestinian society in Gaza, collectively punish Palestinians. They don't distinguish between civilians and combatants. They enact a new Nakba, the violent dispossession of 800,000 Palestinians from their homes between 1947 and 1949. Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. If it doesn't take one day, it'll take a week, it'll take 2 weeks, even months. We will reach all places, says the Minister of Defense, Gallant, from Israel. In the context of these genocidal statements that Israel forces have indiscriminately targeted civilians, including those seeking humanitarian aid, desecrated Palestinian bodies, created mass graves, then stole bodies from those graves, and used weapons such as white phosphorus, bunker busters, and bombs that unleash severe tolls on densely populated areas and also affects climate change for our entire planet. There's more that I'd like to say, but many of our friends have said enough already tonight, but I would like to ask you this. Why is American food and aid not getting into Gaza, but bombs, bullets, and arms are steadily pouring in without a problem?
Thank you.
City Council members, my name is Natalie and I live in Ward 8. This ward is safe and tucked away from the truths of reality, even from within our own city. What a privilege I am blessed with. You know who doesn't share my comforts? The thousands of Palestinians being burned, bombed, and hunted like the plague. The men, women, and children being corralled into areas designated as safe only to be annihilated. I am here to tell you that I'm appalled at you as my elected city officials. I am disgusted at the attempts from you to change the wording of this ceasefire resolution, to soften the words to appease the fragile American ego and water down the reality of what's going on, a genocide. I do not give you permission to deploy my tax dollars to fund and support arming Israel to mass murder Palestinians in the name of colonization. I do not want to hear that there is no money left in the budget to be allocated for human services and repairs within our city. After seeing the enormous amounts of funds donated to silly campaigns, robotic dogs with infrared vision to detect any movement and destroy, and white phosphorus, which may I provide a small bit of education on, according to the World Health Organization, is a crime and violates Protocol 3 of the CCCW in one specific instance. If used on purpose as an incendiary weapon directly against humans in a civilian setting. I do not condone or support this in any way. And I end this with the good words of a dear friend of mine, gorillas. I see destruction and demise, destruction in the skies, from this fucking enterprise. Now I'm sucked into your lies, pick and choose, sit and lose. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Inam and Mallory. Inam and Mallory.
Hello, my name is Anam, and I am from Ward 1. The council asked the Human Rights Commission to draft a resolution to bring to the city council agenda to be voted on. And now there's an additional 3 drafts. Your fluffy and genocide apologist language and your resolutions mean nothing if passed. You care about foster children, the environment, houselessness, education, sexual assault, women's rights. No, I don't think you do. Your words tell us that you can't humanely make the connection of all of these things to what is happening in Palestine at the hands of the Zionist occupiers that our tax dollars are funding. The highest courts are calling it for what it is, a genocide. So why can't you? Israel has broken international law over and over, as well as violating over 60 United Nations resolutions. The same UN that established Israel in 1948. At that point, they listened to the UN. And now, a couple days ago, the Israeli ambassador to the UN stood up and shredded the UN Charter, which speaks to the total abandonment of any shred of humanity the Israelis have and any sense of restraint. The occupation and ethnic cleansing did not start on October 7th. This has been an ongoing genocide for 75 years and 8 months. The massacres, now named the tent massacres, that we have witnessed over the past few days are not the first. Over 70 brutal massacres at the hands of Israel have occurred since 1948. Have you not seen the videos? Have you not seen the videos of people being burned alive, of decapitated babies, of tents being blown apart, full of children and families? I'm a Palestinian Salem resident. I have seen how the genocide in Gaza has impacted the mental health and physical well-being of my Muslim community. We all live in fear. But our fear is nothing at all in comparison to what is happening to the horrifying reality of the Gazans. The additional resolutions are frankly offensive, all 3 of the additional ones. I also just want to say that there is no Jewish people versus Palestinians. This is not what we believe. That narrative needs to end. We are anti-Zionists. We have our Jewish brothers and sisters that are fighting for Palestine, that know where they stand and what is right. And so now we want to know what side of history you are on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mallory and I'm a constituent of Ward 2. I'm here to express my direct support for the resolution provided by the Human Rights Commission calling for a ceasefire in Palestine and an end to Salem's tax dollars being used to prop up a genocide. The Commission has received more than 50 pages of public input, seen or recorded 107 members of the public attend meetings, and heard 44 provided spoken testimonies before today. Your website notes that our petition has over 200 signatures. Now it has over 400, all of which are Salem residents. I find the proposed resolution from the city manager, as well as the 2 new proposals made by city council members, to be an egregious attempt to cast aside the community's efforts on this matter. A call for a ceasefire is beyond necessary, and the removal of the language explicating the severity of the ongoing genocide and our city's part in enabling it via our tax dollars is unacceptable. Salem's taxpayers have contributed an estimated $2 million annually to fund the atrocities carried out by Israel. The resolution proposed by the city manager, as well as the 2 proposals by that council members have sprung on us, have had 0 public input. This attempt to undermine the efforts of our communities, often led by those most affected by this genocide, is unacceptable. To cast aside the systems our city has in place to ensure our voices are heard is not something to be taken lightly. I hope you'll respect the work that has been done with the Human Rights Commission to bring you this well-thought-out resolution. How can we as a city claim to hold values of equality, peace, or safety when we're funding an occupational force that is starving, torturing, and killing children, women, and civilians? If our city council passes one of the alternate resolutions in favor of the resolution proposed by the Human Rights Commission and the voices of members of the public, it would be allowing for the continuation of immense suffering under this genocide. It would amount to nothing but words. If you're willing to watch children starve and be massacred without using your voice to speak up against it, I refuse to believe you'd speak up against these same atrocities if they occurred here at home. I urge the City Council and Mayor to join the growing number of cities to pass a resolution for a ceasefire in Palestine. Secondly, I urge you to pass the resolution brought by the Human Rights Commission. Let this not be a hollow gesture, but a way to uplift our community, to be heard, and to put an end to any suffering we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Logan Stewart and Sabrina Abwell-Kerr. Logan? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sabrina, and I'm a lifelong Salemite. I'm also Palestinian. I support the resolution put forth by the HRC. It's imperative that the resolution that we put forth recognizes this as a genocide. This is a genocide we all have been witnessing for the past 7 months. We are all witness to it. The bare minimum is to call for a ceasefire and to call it a genocide. Those that claim that they don't feel safe because we call for a ceasefire, an end of violence on all sides, and they don't feel safe because we call it a genocide, Palestinians are the ones who are being genocided here. Palestinians are the ones who have been so dehumanized that it has culminated with genocide. It has culminated with this point. Frankly, it is pathetic that anyone would say that calling for a ceasefire and calling this what it is makes them feel safe. This is not a Jewish First Palestinian thing. There are many Jews here and across the world that are fighting for a ceasefire and calling this a genocide. Furthermore, I want to highlight that this did not start on October 7th. Before October 7th, there is 6 million Palestinians registered with the United Nations. Those refugees are not allowed to go back to their homes in what is now considered Israel. Israel denies them that right of return, which is a right under international law, because they are Palestinian. And if they were returned to their homes, then that would disrupt the Jewish majority of Israel. A Jewish majority that only is the case today because they expelled millions of Palestinians, because they continue to deny the right of Palestinians. Israel is an apartheid state that is recognized by Human Rights Watch, that is recognized by Amnesty International, that is recognized by B'Tselem, Israel's own leading human rights organization. The very least we can do, considering our money is equipping Israel with the weapons to commit this genocide, is to call for a ceasefire and call it what it is, a genocide. That is the least we can do.
Thank you. Logan?
Is this working? All right. Yeah. Where was this city in 1948 during the Nakba, when Palestine was sawed into 2 parts and en masse was ethnically cleansed? Where was this city in the 19-teens during the Armenian genocide? Where was this city during the Holocaust? None of these atrocities were condemned by this city. This city is over 100 years old. It's over 116 years old. This city is old enough to have condemned every single atrocity as it happened. Palestine has suffered many atrocities, whether it was the foundation of the state of Israel upon a mountain of human skulls, whether it was during the Great March of Return when Palestinians sought to go home and were massacred at the border, whether it is the process that Israel calls mowing the lawn, where they systematically bomb Gaza every decade. That's not hyperbole. That is the word-for-word term used by the Israeli state. Mowing the lawn. They've also begun a process of destroying roads in the West Bank, where they drive a wedge into the ground and they drag it. This has been going on since 1948. The ethnic cleansing, the displacement. the massacres. Since 1948. There are some people in this room who don't believe that this is a genocide. It ticks every definition. The ICC has pushed for the arrest of the current leader of Israel on the grounds of war crimes and crimes against humanity. The other two statements that have been issued, that have been offered as a substitute for the human rights commissions, is a farce. It is to soften what is really happening. This is a genocide. This has been a genocide that's been going on for decades. Palestine used to be a very much larger country, and every decade it gets smaller and smaller, and the mass graves grow bigger and bigger, and our tax dollars fund the entire thing.
Spencer Wallen and Sarah, I'm sorry, Sarah, I can't read your last name. I'm sorry, I can't read it. Sorry about that. Hit that button for me till the green light comes on. There you go.
Spencer Wallen, Ward 2. I reject the Council's 3 drafted resolutions and urge you to adopt the Human Rights Commission's resolution. There are a few things I want to highlight. Firstly, it's absolutely vital for us to call this atrocity what it is, genocide. Not one of the alternative drafts does so. Doing anything else, including calling it a conflict, sends the message that our city believes that the over 35,000 individuals, over 15,000 of them children, murdered in Gaza by Israeli forces are somehow complicit in their destruction. While some citizens have said that arguing such semantics is unimportant, no single act that opposes a genocide is unimportant. Secondly, there is a fear that condemning Israel is anti-Semitic. Lily Greenberg Call, the first Jewish American political appointee to resign from the Biden administration over its policies in Gaza just a few weeks ago, put it best when she wrote, "Jewish safety cannot and will not come at the expense of Palestinian freedom. Making Jews the face of the American war machine makes us less safe. Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza goes against Jewish values and is an utter disgrace to our ancestors." The If Not Now organization of Jewish students supporting campus protests wrote, "The narrative that solidarity with Gaza is inherently anti-Semitic is part of a decades-long effort to blur the lines between criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism. Judaism is not synonymous with the violent nationalist movement that has ignored continuous ceasefire orders by the United Nations and the International Court of Justice." My city councilor, Linda Nishioka, emphasizes her support for a safe city for all, specifically promoting diversity, inclusion, and equity as city core values. Adopting the HRC's proposal as written would be a step in committing to that direction, because no one is free until we are all free. And lastly, emphasizing the over $2 million that Salem taxpayers pay annually to fund Israel's atrocities is vital in this resolution. Transparency allows us to be informed of our own personal contributions to the state of Israel's abominable mission. I urge the City Council to adopt the HRC's proposal and reject the separate proposals written by Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sarah. I live in Ward 8. I'm an attorney, and I'm the president of the Oregon Muslim Bar Association. I come from an interfaith family of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, and I asked the Salem City Council here for approval of the Human Rights Commission version of its ceasefire resolution that specifically calls out the tragedy there for what it is, a genocide. The legal definition of which is codified in U.S. Code Section 1091 of Title 18, which includes violent attacks with the specific intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. I have family currently living over there in Palestine, 47 people, all huddled in one apartment together. And I check daily for their social media posts, thankful to see updates that 1, they're not dead yet, and 2, they still have internet or electricity. 6 have managed to escape so far. I asked them how I can help or if they needed anything, and I was told, no, we're okay. It's just another war. Pray for us. We love you. Happens all the time. It's just another war. What people fail to realize here is that there are many different types of people stuck and suffering in Gaza, not just Muslims or Palestinians, but also Christians, atheists, indigenous natives, American citizens, Europeans, and everyone living there who just wanted to go to school or work, support their families, so that they can continue to go on with their lives in peace. These are quote unquote normal people. They're not terrorists. They don't want to live under an illegal occupation or continue to be punished just for existing in their multi-generational homes. They may seem sometimes numb to the endless wars as it happens all the time, but this time is not just another war. It is, by the legal definition, a genocide. We need a complete weapons embargo now. So either we ignore all that suffering mentioned in the HRC resolution, or we vote you all out and continue boycotting, learning about U.S. tax structure, calling out AIPAC-sponsored politicians here in Oregon like Ron Wyden and Maxine Dexter for allowing foreign interference to dictate our government and elections, and we see the receipts. Or this will continue until we're running for office ourselves. And to all the young people in the room, please continue to stay involved. You have the power to make and change legislation and foreign policy. The least we can offer here today from Salem, Oregon, is to join the call for an immediate ceasefire resolution, as in the namesake of our city, Salem, so that we can try to continue to go on with our lives in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Leif Woodford and Alex S. Leif Woodford and Alex S.
Hi, my name is Leif. I'm from Salem's Ward 7. Thanks to Councillor Nordyke for being here. The name Salem means peaceful and safe. It's derived from the same Semitic root as the Arabic and Hebrew words salam and shalom. I'm here to ask that we recommit to our city's namesake and pass a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. Calling for a ceasefire is not a biased request. It's asking for no further killing of anyone. It is asking for everyone to be able to return to what remains of their families. The estimated 100 Israelis and the thousands of Palestinians currently being held captive. Any attempt to paint ceasefire as a threatening word is a disingenuous attempt to justify warmongering at the cost of keeping families separated and allowing more to be slaughtered. Ceasefire means all fire stops. The fire our government is fueling is not being done for the sake of anyone's safety, least of all hostages. That is why the families of hostages have been begging for 7 months straight for a ceasefire. This is why the UN called for a ceasefire, and over 150 of its member states, and Doctors Without Borders, an International Rescue Committee, Save the Children, B'Tselem, Amnesty International, Oxfam, and countless other humanitarian organizations. This bombardment has directly killed far more hostages than it has rescued, and resulted in thousands more being taken. This is a failure by any measure, unless the goal is extermination. Because the only reason to continue this bombardment that puts hostages and other civilians at risk is if one views their lives as worth sacrificing toward a larger goal of destroying others. That is the logic driving this strategy of total annihilation, which our government continues to fund with our taxes. That is why using the correct language, genocide, is critical. Israeli protesters named it when they took to the streets of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv last night, chanting, "Bibi, Bibi, you can't hide, you're committing genocide." If they can name it, we certainly can too. Palestinians are being subjected to genocide. Opposing a genocide is not biased. Opposing a genocide is not discrimination. Opposing a genocide is not threatening. Opposing a genocide is the solution to all those universal wrongs. Opposing a genocide should be uncomfortable, because none of us should feel comfort while genocide is occurring. Our government is a participant in this genocide. As forced participants in this catastrophe, we have not just a right, but a responsibility to resist it on every level. That's why we, your constituents, are here today requesting you adopt the ceasefire resolution diligently created by our Human Rights Commission. Never again means never again for anyone. When the status quo is death, silence is violence. No, a resolution from our little city doesn't have a direct measurable impact on geopolitics 7,000 miles away, though those politics impact us. but it's adding to over 100 other American municipalities who have passed similar resolutions. It makes a statement and applies pressure to our government. It educates and sparks meaningful conversations. It tells our community members everyone is valued and protected here. It unites our community for peace and justice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Perfect.
Yes.
My name is Alex. I'm from Ward 5. First, I want to start my speech off by also recognizing all the students and youth who live in Palestine who aren't able to graduate due to the bombings that have been happening, the genocide that's happening. I think it's really important to recognize that as the upcoming school year of 2024 will be graduating. But I want to start by saying I support the resolution that was written by the Human Rights Commission. I believe the City of Salem has the responsibility to pass it, and I also urge you all to say yes. Oregon itself is funding $41 million to the Israeli military's weapon, which are coming from our tax dollars. While our schools are being underfunded, also we have lost about $70 million. We lost 300 teachers and staff. And already being underfunded by $100 million. I think that's really important to recognize. So we're losing about $170 million. And while our tax dollars are being used to the genocide that's happening in Palestine. I also want to explain what we could do with the money that is being used right now. And this is only a quarter, and this is for Salem by itself. This is $2.3 million that could be reinvested back into Salem itself. Which could house 280, which can house 280 people with public housing for a year. 820 children can receive free or low-cost health care. 25 elementary teachers, 6,710 households with solar electricity produced for a year. 62 students with their student loan debt canceled, and 2 million N95 respiratory masks. So I think it's really important to recognize that we clearly are going through a crisis here in Salem. We have lack of housing, we have lack of funding for our schools, but it's clear that the U.S. and also our own government here in Oregon has their priorities straight on funding genocides instead of funding our students and our families who actually live here in Salem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are approaching 8 o'clock. We are going to take a 5-minute break. All right, we are back in session. Alondra S. and Sandra H., you're up. Alondra S., are you here?
I think you just have to call them next. I don't think they're ready right now.
All right, we're going to move on then to Cindy R. and Nina Freelander. Cindy R., are you here? You're here, great.
Hello, I'm here as a community member to voice my support for a permanent ceasefire resolution.
Please introduce yourself and your name and your ward.
Cindy, Ward 5.
Thank you.
Hello, I am here as a community member to voice my support for a permanent ceasefire resolution and for you all to vote yes on the one drafted by the Human Rights Commission. Years from now, when these past few months are in history books and classes are teaching about this genocide and comparing it to the genocide that occurred in the colonization of this country, as well as other genocides, and you are asked by your children's children what you did, you will have to respond, and you will have to live with the actions you make now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Nina? Great.
Good evening. My name is Nina Freelander, and I live in Ward 3. I start my testimony today with a quote from James Baldwin. "The children are always ours, every single one of them all over the globe, and I'm beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality." The Human Rights Commission and Salem residents have put in the work to write a resolution, and I urge you to pass the resolution that calls what is happening the truth, a genocide. Calling it a war or a conflict is disregarding what is currently happening. It's not a war, it is a genocide paid for by our tax dollars. We have to call out what is happening. The state of Israel is committing atrocities and war crimes, and the United States is actively aiding and abetting this genocide, providing billions of dollars in weapons that the Israeli government uses to mass murder civilians. And I urge you to call this what it is, and I urge you to call for an end to U.S. support for Israel military aid. I hear some people say that Jewish people are fearful. Let me be clear on two things. One, who is being called out is the state of Israel, not Jewish people. Two, how one is feeling can never compare to the value of human lives. Palestinians are being killed every day, being killed in the so-called safe zones that the state of Israel tell them to flee to. There is no safe place to go when they bomb the place that they told you to evacuate to. And they do that over and over and over again. They tell you to evacuate, and then they bomb the place that they told you to evacuate to. It is not safe. So what else are we waiting for? If it's people being burned alive, it's happening now. If it's babies being beheaded, it is happening now. What will it take? One day, when it's too late, everyone will have been against this. But right now, when it's not too late to do everything in our power, we have to say and call for a ceasefire, call this a genocide, call it what it is. Free Palestine. The children are always ours, every single one of them across the globe. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Alondra? Are you Alondra? Great.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alondra. I'm in Ward 5. I'm here today urging you to support measures that call for a ceasefire and the end of genocide in Palestine. This is a matter of urgent humanitarian concern that requires our immediate attention and action. Our city, known for its commitment to human rights and justice, must take a stand. I support a ceasefire resolution and believe the City of Salem should take responsibility for it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra?
Hello, my name is Sandra, and I reside in Ward 5. I decided to show up because I wanted to urge the City Council to and Mayor Hoy to support resolution for ceasefire in Palestine, originally drafted by the HRC. Not sure if this is. I believe that our local government should reflect the voices of their local communities with the responsibility to push state, federal governments to act when grave injustices reach communities in other parts of the world, especially injustices created by our foreign policy and injustices directly funded and supported by our tax dollars. In 2023, 62% of our federal discretionary budget was for militarized programs. That includes war, weapons, law enforcement, mass incarceration, and detention and deportations. Less than $2 out of every $5 in our federal discretionary spending was available to fund investment in people and communities, including primary and secondary public education. As you heard, our local school district is facing massive budget cuts, yet we continue to fund a genocide that has killed over 40,000 people and 15,000 children. By passing a ceasefire resolution, this city commits to the human rights of all people and can also begin paving the way from divesting funds that go into weapons, war, and even prisons, and reinvest them into our local education and housing systems. In March, Francesca Albanese, the UN's special reporter on human rights in the Palestinian territories, stated that Israel has committed 3 acts of genocide with an intent: killing members of a group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, and deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Because of this, I hope and I urge you that you pass the HRC's resolution for a ceasefire. I also urge this council to secure the human rights protections of our local Muslim, Palestinian, and Jewish communities. And I humbly remind you that injustice anywhere is a threat to injustice everywhere.
Thank you. Aksa Khan and Samia Foster.
Is this good?
Yes.
Respected councillors, respected mayor, thank you for having me. Assalamu alaikum, which means may peace be upon you. My name is Aksa. Aksa like Al-Aqsa Mosque in Palestine. I'm a resident of Ward 8. As it's not apparent from my accent, I am an immigrant. I moved to the United States in 2019 for a graduate degree. Since then, I have worked in economic development. I have served over 450 local businesses. I have helped $4.5 million be deployed into local communities. The reason why I chose to do that, the reason why I chose to leave my family behind is because I believe in this country. I believe in democracy. I believe in American people. This is a genocide that's happening right now. This is not my first city council meeting. I have been to many, and I have reported to city council members, I have reported to Business Oregon, I have reported to other economic development agencies, and I have always found Oregonian leaders to make the right decisions. And today, I know it in my heart that you will make the right decision. What is happening right now in this world is not okay. Children and women are dying. My Councillor Warney is someone who is very active with women's rights and has been done tremendous work. There are women and children dying in Palestine right now, and that is not okay. That is genocide. Mayor Hoy, you actually opened the door for me when I walked in, and I'm dressed in my native clothes, shalwar kameez. To me, that was a sign of respect. To me, that was a sign of you welcoming me. So I know that what I'm speaking right here is important because you symbolize that as I entered through this door. Women and children that look like me, that can be the future presidents, that can be the future biologists, that can be the future lawmakers, are dying right now. Any form of human death is not okay. As to the member of the community who said that some of us are not from here and will leave, no. I am a homeowner. I am a taxpayer. I have helped deployed thousands of dollars into this community. I have helped thousands of people in this community that are of all faiths. So we're not going anywhere. This is my home. Oregon is my chosen home. And please make our voices be heard. I believe in democracy. That's why I chose to be here. I believe in the power of people. I believe in American people. And American people are not supporting this genocide. We will not allow our tax dollars to fund a genocide. Why people asked why this is an important matter and not wars in Kashmir, which is in my home country, are not important because this is being funded by my tax dollars and I will not allow it.
Thank you.
Ceasefire now.
Thank you.
I'm Samia Foster, and I am in Ward 1. If images of infants' burned bodies from bombs paid for with our taxes haven't convinced you that this is a genocide, and to use the original resolution expertly written by your own Human Rights Commission, then any appeals to your conscience on my part will be a waste of limited time. I could try to use rhetoric to convince you to do what's right. But if the famous Greek orator Demosthenes couldn't stop the Macedonian Empire from crushing what he viewed as democracy in Athens, and if Cicero in ancient Rome couldn't stop his republic from becoming an empire, then it would be arrogant and foolish on my part to think my words here will be successful. Yet history has a way of running over those who get in its way. Alexander, the so-called Great's empire, is no more. The Roman Empire fell, and it wasn't due to the progressive forces of history. Here in Salem, we who call for a permanent ceasefire in occupied Palestine, who urge you to condemn the U.S.-Israeli genocide against Palestinians, are not those groups in Salem who broke into the state capitol, smashing the glass, who carried military-type weapons in the downtown area, who endanger gay people, women, cis or trans, students, immigrants, environmentalists, anyone who gets in their way. Those groups are aligned with Zionism, using Israel to fulfill their apocalyptic goals, which are decidedly anti-Jewish and anti-Palestinian. Once they decide that you are a terrorist, that it's legal to kill your children if you allegedly hide behind them, once they redirect this ongoing genocide, then the genocide enablers and genocide deniers in Washington and in Salem will be run over by history, victims of their lack of conscience, if not their foolish arrogance. I would also like to acknowledge, off of what I have not written down, is that there are other types of Holocaust. The Holocaust that occurred in 1933 until 1941 and then on to 1945. If the United States had become involved in that to save Jewish people, which it should have, it would not have waited 8 or 9 years to do it. They knew what was happening. Franklin Roosevelt, whose New Deal excluded black people in the South, he turned away boats of refugees who were escaping Hitler's regime and the genocide there. And we also need to acknowledge that we are on land here as settlers, any Europeans in the room, because of genocide. And it would also be very arrogant on our part to think that we could decide, oh, this is a genocide, that isn't a genocide. We need to show humility and realize that it's really not our place as people who benefit from genocide by living in Salem to deny people who are going through it the right to live where they live and they are indigenous. And finally, but certainly not least, we need to acknowledge the Ma'afa, or the African Holocaust, which is ongoing, and that is the enslavement and the displacement, the kidnapping of African people from Africa, and the denial of their rights as citizens of the United States. So, forgive my passion, but the resolution as drafted by the Human Rights Commission, I urge you to use that one and not allow it to be watered down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mallory Turner and Alyssa Kokinis. Mallory Turner and Alyssa Kokinis. Oh, you turned it off. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Mallory. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I'm here to encourage you to adopt the resolution proposed by the City of Salem Human Rights Commission. You've heard the immense amount of calls for a resolution, so I'm choosing to spend my 3 minutes advocating for the resolution the Human Rights Commission put hours of volunteer labor into. I'd like to add that supporting this resolution does not take away from the horrors in other areas of the world, and I invite and will support proposed resolutions that address other areas of the world that have horrific things happening in. I will say I wrote the majority of this speech before the additional proposals written by Councilors Varney, Stapleton, and Nishioka, and the written public comments before those were made public. Since briefly reviewing the 4 additional documents added after the Human Rights Commission proposal, I speak for no one except for myself, I personally believe that the one written by Councilors Stapleton and Nishioka is a better option than tabling all of the options, with the end goal being a demand sent to our federal representatives to support a ceasefire. I'm going to switch back, though, to Mr. Stolley, the city manager's proposal. I was disappointed to read his proposal and his proposed resolution, and I was even more disappointed to see that the title of his resolution, as linked as an attachment on the salem.register website, didn't contain the word proposal. And while this might look like one missing word, words matters, and the lack of details in Mr. Stolley's proposal speaks volumes. What we are asking for from this resolution is a specific commentary and condemnation on what is happening in Palestine right now. Mr. Stolley's proposal largely restates much of Salem's mission, vision, and values listed in the strategic plan on the website. Focusing on the end goal for this resolution to be sent to the Biden-Harris administration and the Oregon federal delegation, we must use language that specifies our concerns and demands for actions. I'm going to skip ahead of here because I'm losing time quickly, but there are some discrepancies in the 2 proposals that I urge you to focus on. Mr. Stolley's proposal states that the City of Salem stands in solidarity with our Muslim and Jewish communities across the globe, while the Human Rights Commission specifies solidarity with Salem's specific Muslim, Jewish, and Palestinian communities. I, as a Muslim, and I'm going to wrap this up very quickly, I, as a Muslim, need to know that the Council is committed to my Muslim, Jewish, and Palestinian siblings in Salem specifically, especially after just reading and hearing the public comments sent by our Jewish neighbors. I believe it's imperative that the resolution clearly condemns anti-Semitism.
Thank you.
And I was very passionate and wrote more.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Hoy, City Council. I'm Melissa from Ward 2, and I'm going to apologize because I am dealing with a migraine right now, so I might not be as eloquent as I hope to be. I'm here to express to the fullest extent that I can that you pass the ceasefire resolution as written by the City of Salem Human Rights Commission. The alternate resolution drafted by the city manager and the other resolutions drafted by council members do not adequately encompass all of the hard work that went into the Human Rights Commission's resolution draft, which included the work of interfaith and interracial communities in Salem. It also fails to mention who is committing the atrocities, which is the Israeli government and the Israeli Defense Forces on Palestinians, but the HRC draft does, and it also goes into specific detail and cites sources from which it gathered the data it quotes. I'm going to speak directly to my counselor, Counselor Nishioka. Previously, you've been an advocate for National Diaper Need Awareness Day, so I hope you're aware of the unfolding diaper crisis in Gaza among all of the humanitarian crises there. As of February 7th, the Gaza Strip has almost entirely run out of diapers, and those that are left are price gouged. and aid is being stopped at the crossing points. And as we saw, the Rafah crossing no longer really exists. It was run over by tanks. As an environmental advocate, I know that you must also be aware that Israel's carbon footprint since October 7th has skyrocketed to equal the annual emissions of 20 smaller nations, and is only growing as it continues to use internationally banned weapons such as white phosphorus to raze Gaza to the ground and murder Palestinians. And as I'm speaking now, as we know, the IDF massacred Palestinians in Rafah by targeting a dedicated humanitarian safe zone being serviced by the remaining UNRWA members in the Strip. The IDF dropped 2,000-ton US-made bombs on tents, on refugee tents. The images coming out of Gaza in the wake of that massacre are horrifying, as every image over these 8 months and longer have been progressively more and more horrifying. This is genocide, and the Salem Human Rights Commission rightly defines it so, as do many, from UN experts to Holocaust survivors to Bosnian genocide survivors and many, many more. A quick Google search will back these claims up with reporting done by Reuters, the Associated Press, Al Jazeera, and many more reputable sources. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. I believe that City Council should stand for what is right and just, especially since the name of our city, Salem, comes from the Arabic and Hebrew words meaning peace. If you ever wondered what you would do during the Holocaust in Europe, the Holocaust which targeted Jewish people, queer and trans people, Romani people, and many other targeted groups, then I think you should look at how you're responding now and use your voice to stand up for what is right. We must not sugarcoat what is happening, which is why you need to pass the City of Salem Human Rights Commission ceasefire resolution right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Raina Garcia and Xander Houston. Raina Garcia and Xander Houston.
Hello, my name is Xander Houston. I'm a Ward 1 resident, and I'm also a history student at Willamette University and a Salem Schools educator. Education is really important to me. Willamette semester ended a couple weeks ago, and the Salem schools are going to end in a couple weeks from now. But the last university in Gaza was destroyed in January by the Israeli military. It was intentionally blown up and turned into a military base. According to UN figures, thousands of students and hundreds of educators has been murdered by the state of Israel since October 7th. More die every day. No Gazans are safe from Israeli violence as its soldiers fire at colleges and UN schools for refugee children. Almost all the violence goes in one direction, from Israel to Palestine. This is not a symmetrical conflict where both sides can be equally condemned. Does this systematic violence seem like an unfortunate fallout of a targeted war against Hamas militants? Does Israel just need to bomb a few more schools before they eliminate the threat? A few more dead children? No. This is genocide, and it's financially and diplomatically supported by the US government and very obvious to anyone looking at it clearly. And it's part of a larger Zionist project that is always centered around, in the words of Israeli historian Ilan Pepe, quote, obtaining as much of Palestine as possible with as few Palestinians in it as feasible. After all, one cannot ensure a Jewish state if Palestinians threatened the demographic composition of such a state by their existence or resistance to displacement. The genocide since October 7th is an escalation in a much longer history of Zionist colonization, and Salem taxpayer dollars are going to fund this genocidal violence. It seems to me that some of the previous speakers did not read the HRC resolution very closely, so I'd like to briefly clarify some factual points. It condemns October 7th. It explicitly condemns anti-Semitism. The resolution says that hostages have a right to, quote, immediate and unconditional release. Section 2 does not say that Israel cannot defend itself. It refers to US funding alone. Some of the alternative resolutions presented attempt to draw a distinction between offensive and defensive military aid to Israel. This is a deeply unserious idea. Perhaps it comes from a misunderstanding of how U.S. aid to Israel works. When the U.S. provides money for the Iron Dome, it does not provide the physical piece of weaponry. They give Israel money so they can spend less on the Iron Dome. Money is fungible. This means every dollar allocated to the Iron Dome is one more dollar Israel can spend on offense, or whatever you want to call genocide. If the U.S. doesn't fund defense, Israel could spend less on killing Palestinians. Moreover, defense weapons like the Iron Dome operationally enable the ongoing genocide. It's obvious if you consider that the U.S. doesn't provide $1 billion of defense for Palestine. It's because the U.S. wants Israel to be able to bomb the hell out of Gaza and expect no retaliation. U.S. funds allow for this asymmetry to continue, and even if those funds putatively go to defense, this is why the $2.3 billion figure in the original resolution is more accurate. The Human Rights Commission resolution is the best draft on the table. It provides the most moral clarity, correctly identifies the genocide, and that Israel is the culprit. Free Palestine.
Good evening. My name is Reina Garcia, and I am representing the 5th and the 6th Ward of Salem in the state of Oregon. It is the highest privilege to be speaking here, despite the many fundamentally and ideologically unconstitutional efforts being made by our congressional leaders in our beloved state. As a voting member and fellow taxpayer of the state of Oregon, I demand that you pass the initial resolution of divestment from the settler colony we know as Israel and the immediate and permanent ceasefire. As a nation built off of violently forced indigenous labor and settler privilege, we are not surprised that we find our politicians to remain complicit with this genocide. You are all disgusting for the suffering and pain for all the people in the nation of Palestine because you want to keep your jobs. You are all scared of what's next when it's your job to choose what is next best for the people that you plead to serve. Everything that you are doing to prevent the initial establishment of what the Human Rights Commission has proposed is fundamentally and ideologically unconstitutional by violating our amendment rights to express divestment and returning American weapons from the nation of Palestine and using language that protects your job security. If you choose anything other than what has been listed verbally and what has been initially drafted by the Human Rights Commission, your purpose in this state of work is futile and unconstitutional, fundamentally and ideologically, and proves that you are all spineless cowards and are only in it for the money. If you don't choose financial and physical divestment from the settler colony we know as Israel, you are no longer a politician. You are a terrorist. I was a resident to Julie Hoy and currently to Jose Gonzalez. I will briefly express my thoughts to you both to be on time. This also applies to the rest if you care to listen. How can you live knowing that as a community-oriented business owners are allowing the city of Salem's money to fund a wealthy, healthy life of a colony that does nothing but kill, steal, and destroy, but none of our money is used to help fund community health and sheltering? Our citizens are dying in the streets, and you remain to be complicit to a colony that would kill you in an instant if you stood alone against them. We need you in conjunction with the rest of our nation to find our fundamentally and ideologically unconstitutional funding to help Palestinians and Americans live peacefully. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Maxine, and then Ada. Maxine.
Mayor Hoy, Councilors of Salem, I am, as I'm sure you will recall, Maxine from Ward 1. It has now been roughly 2 months since this process began. Therefore, I stand before you tonight to, as gently as the situation and the outrage of such a delay allows, explain this to you for what I can only hope is the final time. Some of you have expressed concern for me in prior conversations that the Human Rights Commission's original resolution draft is focused too heavily on Israel. The reason for this focus is the same reason why this resolution is not merely a symbolic statement. It is our government using our tax dollars that is funding the genocide Israel is committing. This is why it is all of our responsibilities to put pressure on our government to stop this genocide, for they have the power to do so, and we all have the duty to do so. Surely you have heard the phrase, friends don't let friends drive drunk. Well, in that same spirit, I say to you now, allies do not help allies commit genocide. And if any among you still doubts that it is a genocide that Israel is committing, then I offer you this. Here are 12 copies of a document I have compiled. The front side shows a list of international organizations dedicated to identifying genocide that have warned of Israel's genocidal acts in Gaza. But it is the reverse face that is most damning. It lists statements made by those among the highest ranks of the Israeli government that are openly genocidal. All are chilling, but most telling of them all is the quote from Israeli Knesset member Revital Gottlieb, which states simply, Gazans deserve death. Everything I have listed on both sides comes with one or more citations each, and I have sent an email to all of your official addresses so that you may check the listed sources easily on your phones. Genocidal statements plus genocidal acts equals genocide. If you fail to pass the HRC's full-throated condemnation of Israel's crimes, then you yourselves will be complicit in that genocide. And I know that right now, every one of you who came here tonight intending to vote against the HRC resolution are saying to yourselves, oh, that's nonsense. No, I won't be. But I tell you that this is not mere rhetorical flourish on my part. This is the unvarnished truth. You will be a participant in genocide if you pass the contemptibly toothless, morally equivocating version drafted by the city manager. And do not bother trying to compose some third version. Anything you could come up with that honestly describes the inhuman onslaught in Gaza will be near totally identical to the HRC version, and all you will accomplish by doing so would be wasting time that the people of Gaza do not have. You have only one option before you if you wish to act morally and responsibly, if you truly wish to save lives. Pass the HRC's resolution. The matter is not complicated. It is not complex. It is so simple, in fact, that I just explained it to you in less than 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Isaiah and I'm from Ward 5. I'm here as a community member to say I support a ceasefire resolution put by the HRC, and I believe the City of Salem has a responsibility to pass it. If it is not passed, shame on you. Free Palestine.
Elida R. and Alex B. Elida R. and Alex B.
Hello, my name is Aleida. I am from Ward 5. I am a student in the area and I support the ceasefire resolution put together by the Human Rights Commission, and I believe the City of Salem has a responsibility to pass it. The ongoing genocide against Palestinians should be condemned, and there has to be actions to stop this violence and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Palestinian children are being slaughtered by Israeli military every day. This is unacceptable and outrageous. It is even more outrageous to have people disregard this genocide. Therefore, as city council members, it is necessary to call for a ceasefire and acknowledge the continuous atrocities that Palestinians are facing every day. Shame on you if you don't pass this resolution. Ceasefire now and free Palestine.
Thank you. Alex B. Oh, you turned it off. There you go.
Alex, Ward 5. I don't have too many thoughts that haven't been said today. It's pretty simple. Too many people have died. Too many people are gonna die. It's coming at our expense. When a household faces hard times and money is scarce, you get rid of the foods that are the most, hurtful, the candies, the stuff that you don't really need. When a community is hurting and we're facing budget cuts, we should get the most benign, the most lethal expenses out of the way. In the words of Chief Joseph, it doesn't take many words to speak the truth. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Sterling T. and Evan West.
Hello, my name is Sterling, and I'm from Ward 8. Everybody that's spoken tonight, and, well, not everybody, many people who've spoken tonight have said many things that I agree with. And looking around the room, I see concern on many of your faces, on others, amusement at our outrage, on others, seriousness. And for those of you here, I thank you for being here and caring, because you are our local politicians, and this is a volunteer position, and you're here because you care, and we're here because we care. So I just want to ask you to pass the proposal for the HRC resolution and ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Hoy, members of City Council, I'm Evan West, homeowner in Ward 7. You all know me. I've argued for and against a variety of actions in front of this body, and you can rest assured I will do so again. However, in that time, I scarcely imagined I would have to stand before you to make a case for something so fundamental as calling for an end to taxpayer-funded genocide. Yet, here we are. And so today I urge you in the strongest possible terms to swiftly adopt the resolution created by the Salem Human Rights Commission. The commission, which is appointed by this council, worked diligently to craft a resolution that accurately and completely represents the situation at hand. To refuse to accept this resolution, opting instead for a watered-down version created without the input of the public, would be an insult to our collective intelligence, to the city processes, and to the careful work done by members of our Human Rights Commission. The resolution created by the HRC accurately describes the U.S.-funded atrocity as exactly what it is, an ongoing genocide that has been broadcast in real time for nearly 8 months now. I understand why this council and some members of the public would not want to acknowledge this. It is very tempting to take the side of the perpetrator. All the perpetrator asks is that the bystander do nothing. Doing nothing appeals to the universal human desire to see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. The victim, to the contrary, asks the bystander for empathy, to share in their burden of pain. I have to be honest, I don't have a great deal of confidence in this council's ability to take on the burden of empathy and to do what is objectively right, but I sincerely hope you'll prove me wrong tonight. In the wake of our elections, this is the last opportunity for some of you to cement your legacy as civic leaders. You might not believe that you have any ability to make a difference, but I urge you to remember that confronting genocide, however symbolically, is one of the most powerful things you can do as leaders in our community. For every occurrence of genocide over time, and there have been far too many, the world has been well aware. We know that the searing truth is nearly always presented before us, but the conviction to do right is often absent. History will not long remember who among you were the architects of the payroll tax. Neither will your legacy be the return of commercial air service to our airport, the number of apartments constructed during your tenure, or most anything else that you might hope would or would not be what you are remembered for. Instead, I remind each of you that researchers of the future, professionals and students alike, will look to see which leaders did anything at all to speak up for the sanctity of human life during a genocide. Your choices tonight are quite simple. You can do the least amount of work imaginable by swiftly adopting the resolution created by the Human Rights Commission, or you can cement a legacy of failure, not just as failed politicians, but as failures of humanity. In the course of city council business, you don't often face decisions that will define how you forever look at yourself in the mirror. The question before you tonight, are all humans human, or are some more human than others, is one such moment. So let me make it clear for you again. The correct way to answer this question is by adopting the resolution from the Human Rights Commission. Are all humans human, or are some more human than others? This is the question before you. Your constituents are watching closely for your response, and I hope that you will demonstrate your ability to take on the burden of empathy by passing the resolution created by the HRC tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Rabbi T. and Mar R. Rabbi?
What is the button here?
There you go.
Good evening. My name is Rabbi Tamer Hulet. I call City of Salem, City of Peace, my home for about 30 years. I worked in the city and served the City of Salem. It is true that 36,000 people killed by Israel. We cannot deny it. Children, women, medical personnel, firemen, journalists, international aid workers. It is the truth. And maybe estimated about 10,000 or 15,000 under the debris of destroyed building. As an engineer and with 30 years in the building departments, I value buildings. They provide us shelters, place to educate our kids, place to take care of our elders, place to take care of our sick people, place to play. It is true, nearly all hospitals, schools, homes, mosques, churches, marketplace, academic institution, and even cemeteries are damaged or destroyed. It is true, before October 6, Gaza was the largest concentration camp in the history of mankind. 2.5 million people. They eat what Israeli allow them to eat. They drink what Israeli allow them to drink. They move when Israeli allow them to move. They enter the Gaza when they are allowed by Israel. After October 7, Gaza became the largest death camp in the history of mankind. Israel far right has an openly genocidal intent to make Gaza a hell on earth. They are not shameful about talking about it. Listen to this from the Minister of Defense, the man in charge of the Israeli machine, the man in charge of the drop-in 2,000 bomb made of in America with our money, dropped with our means. Listen to this and call it whatever you want to call it.
Thank you.
He said, I've ordered.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
I've ordered to complete siege of Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly.
I said your time's up. Okay. I gave you extra time. Your time's up. Mar R. and Julia R.
Did you say Julia?
I said Julia R. and Mar R.
Okay. My name is Julia, and I'm proud to live and work in Ward 1. My family has made this community our home over the last few years, and we plan to stay for many years to come. After hearing what was just spoken, I feel called to go off my script a little bit and just say that most of us here are probably at least uncomfortable, distressed, challenged, feel unsafe to some degree talking about these circumstances, using the word genocide. Many of us feel uncomfortable even speaking in front of our community or engaging in this type of civic forum that we're all participating in. But I think almost none of us in this room can imagine what it's like to be in Gaza or in Rafah right now or in the West Bank. I mean, I just think of if all of us are sitting here in this room and massive bombs just rained down on all of us right now, and our family members were trying to figure out if we were trapped under the rubble or dead or alive, displaced. If your entire ward was wiped off the map tomorrow, how would you feel if city council members in Portland or city council members in Albany, New York spent 6 weeks trying to determine what kind of language they wanted to use to condemn that sort of act of violence? I was going to talk about instances where I've been in leadership positions. I used to be the co-chair of Seattle's LGBTQ commission, and there were 2 very specific instances when I was on that commission where I was faced with a choice of making and standing up for something that was morally and ethically right and that was supported by many intersectional members of the Seattle community and opposed by some, or to do what was easier and say nothing and allow the time to pass. And in both of those instances, I understand, that I understand this pull to try and do something that's going to be accepted by the whole community. But you all know as elected leaders that every single day you're making decisions that you are making because they're morally or ethically right, because they're right for the budget, because they're right for the community, and that not 100% of people are going to agree. And you make those choices anyways because you know that's what you're tasked with and you know that's what's right. And I think as much as you feel that pull to either say nothing or to put forward a watered down version of this, I really implore you to think about how you would feel or what you would do if this entire city hall was bombed out, or your entire ward or your family's homes were bombed out and wiped off the face of the earth in a moment. And I encourage you to vote and approve the HRC resolution.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mar Ramirez. I am a resident of Ward 5. I am a student in this area, and I support the ceasefire resolution put together by the Human Rights Commission, and I believe the City of Salem has the responsibility to pass it. Israel is committing a genocide that is not seen to others who believe that is not happening. The City Council is not doing enough to stop this genocide against Palestinians, and are not paying attention to the school districts who are lacking funding in their public schools. You all, as the City Council, are not putting enough effort nor truly looking into this. Do better. Thank you.
Nora J. and Diocelin A. Nora J. It's on. No, you turned it off. There you go.
Hello, my name is Nora from Ward 4. I'm a 21-year-old Palestinian woman. First, I would like to ask you council members to please look at me when I talk. You are here to listen to us too. I'm here to demand a permanent and immediate ceasefire and to discuss the ongoing genocide happening in Gaza, where over 50,000 innocent people have died, including over 14,000 children in Gaza over the span of 7 months. So much of our American tax dollars help fund the genocide in Gaza. So when people say America first or this has nothing to do with America, yes, it does. It's time to prioritize Americans instead of arming Israel for their war crimes. Instead of using our tax dollars to fund a genocide, why don't you use it for more important things? Things like helping removing homeless people out of the streets, health care, or better education for the American people. I'm slowly losing faith in humanity. It hurts to know that there are people out there with no care in the world for the innocent lives being taken day by day. Think about the people you love the most. Imagine that all being taken away from you and seeing the people you love die a slow and painful death. I can't believe that any civilized nation who believes in rights and freedoms needs convincing that this is not okay. Where is the love? Where is the humanity? The people in Gaza have no human rights and are literally being starved to death. The whole world is sitting back and letting a genocide unfold in front of their eyes. I would like to mention that recently I attended a rally where we marched the streets protesting for Palestine. The amount of people that cursed at us, gave us the middle finger, or just shook their heads as they drove by is astonishing. All we want is for a permanent ceasefire. All we want is for Palestinian children to have a normal childhood. Is that too much to ask? Palestinian mothers should be able to put their child down for a nap without worrying that this will be the last time they see their child alive. Palestinian men deserve to support their families and spend quality time with their wife and child. This is why we are protesting. This is why we are all so angry. We beg you to listen. We beg you to be on the right side of history. We want you to call for an immediate and a permanent ceasefire. You can see the images and the videos of the horrific attacks happening in Gaza live on social media right now. No one can convince you that what is happening is okay. Palestinians are showing you every day that they are being dehumanized. There are so many videos I have seen where innocent people that used to be doctors, teachers, lawyers, normal human beings just like me and you, are now living on the streets. They are eating bread on a lucky day. Why is no one doing anything to stop this? Every innocent individual deserves to live without fear and violence. Don't you agree? To think of the fear that these children have to endure just from the noises of bombs is enough to break anyone's heart. Voting for a permanent ceasefire is the least we can do as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Diocelin, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Are you here? Yes.
All
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jocelyn. I'm from Ward 5. I understand that what's happening in Palestine may seem distant and unrelated to us. It's a different country, a different government, many miles away, a place many of us have never even been to and probably don't know much about. Maybe that's why it's hard to empathize with what's going on. At the end of the day, it's not happening to our family members, right? If you care about children the way you say you do, you shouldn't pick and choose which children you care about. At the end of the day, they are human. They are human babies and human children that are dying every day. As much as I would not like to divert attention from Gaza and now Rafah, if the only way that you will listen is by relating it to somebody in this country, then let me do that. People in our community whom you represent are being affected by the tensions of this conflict. If a community that is part of your constituency expresses their concern about feeling unsafe, the least that you can do is listen, as that's what you're here for. I understand that other individuals have expressed fear if the resolution is passed. However, a discrepancy exists between these groups. One group, just like me, can step outside this room and not have to worry about being harassed because of what's going on. In public, chances are that nobody can really guess where I stand on the situation. Hijabis do not have the same privilege. Not just Palestinians, but all hijabis. They wear their hijab as part of their religion, which is protected by the Constitution, and they are the ones who remain to be afraid when we step outside this room. Hijab or not, they should be able to feel safe just like the rest of us. There are documented events of Muslim women getting their hijab ripped off, yet other people are the ones who are afraid. That doesn't make sense to me. As a person of color, it's worrisome to see the council not take a stance when a community feels unsafe. I hope that we have elected people who will represent us when we need it the most. Mexicans have a saying, hoy por ti, mañana por mí. We are showing up for them today, and they will show up for us in the future. We stand in this solidarity because unfortunately all people of color have been oppressed. At one point, all of us have felt unsafe about showing our roots. Although a majority of the council might not be able to relate to this feeling, I know some of you do. If you care about the community you represent, which I know you do because of all the engagement, then you will support the Palestinian community, because doing nothing speaks volumes about how you will represent us in the future. Last, but I assume most important to you, aside from solidarity, why should you care? I'll keep it short. I could speak on this for hours, but money, our hard-earned tax money. I strongly oppose any sort of war, much less one that is being funded with my taxes. We are asking you to listen to us and not force us to be complicit with this. Our money should go back to our community, like the teachers and other employees who were laid off this month from the Salem Kaiser School District. It should go to resources for those students in middle school who can still not read. It should be invested in things that taxpayers will benefit and support. There are huge needs in our community right now, so why would we want any of our money to be given to another country instead of the community that you're supposed to serve? I urge you to listen to your constituents and pass the initial resolution with the intended language. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment for this evening. I'm sorry? I don't have anybody signed up online that I'm aware of. Oh, okay. All right, Elliot Eastman, are you there? Elliot, are you online? No. Okay. All right, we will then move on to our consent calendar. Councilor Stapleton.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by Stapleton, second by Phillips. Councilor, to your motion.
Thank you. The consent calendar tonight consists of item 3.1A, the May 13th, 2024 draft city council minutes. Item 3.1B, the May 20th, 2024 draft city council work session minutes. Item 3.2A, the acquisition of property for the Silverton Road Northeast Improvement Project. Item 3.3A, the purchase and sale agreement with 49th Avenue SE LLC for acquisition of real property located at 1325 49th Avenue Southeast for a future park. 3.3B, ground lease with INE Construction, Inc. for a portion of the undeveloped East Park property. Item 3.3C, an amendment to the ground lease with a Walt EV, I don't know if that's all together, anyway, Salem, Inc., for real property at the Salem Municipal Airport. And item 3.3D, the adoption of a final order number 2024-1, which was the vote to affirm and modify the planning administrator's decision to approve a 405-unit multifamily residential development. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councillor Varney?
Aye.
Councillor Stapleton?
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councillor Phillips?
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councillor Hoy?
Aye.
Mayor Hoy?
Aye, motion passes. All right, we are on to public hearings. I'm going to open a public hearing on item 4A.
The Salem City Council will now conduct a public hearing to consider an appeal of the Planning Administrator's decision, case number CPC ZC 24-0, approving comprehensive plan map designation and zone change to industrial and IG general industrial zoning for property located at 650 15th Street Southeast. The criteria applicable to the decision are SRC Chapter 64.025E2A for the minor plan map amendment and SRC Chapter 265.005E for the zone change. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria or other criteria which the person believes to apply to the decision. A failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue shall preclude appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. A similar failure to raise constitutional issues relating to proposed conditions of approval precludes an action for damages in circuit court. The hearing will be conducted with staff presentation first, followed by testimony from the following. The applicant, who is also the appellant in this matter, is limited to 10 minutes. Affected neighborhood association is limited to 5 minutes. Other interested parties are limited to 3 minutes, and the applicant's rebuttal is limited to 5 minutes and limited to matters which were introduced during the public hearing. Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. I'm Peter Dominy, Planner 2 at the Planning Division for the City of Salem. I request to enter into the record the staff report and all its attachments in this presentation, as well as a public comment that was received this morning from the Southeast Salem Neighborhood Association for the appeal hearing of Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment and Zone Change, case number 24-01. One thing to note, the staff report that was submitted contained an error on page 5, where under condition 1 of prohibited uses, commercial parking should have been struck, as Planning Commission approved this use. It is correct in the attached decision from the Planning Commission. At the Planning Commission hearing on February 27th, the Commission heard a request for a minor comprehensive plan map amendment and zone change for 2 properties, one located at 650 15th Street Southeast, and the other on an unaddressed lot across Leslie Street, shown here just north of Mission Street, and on the north side of the Shelton Ditch branch of Pringle Creek. The area is generally surrounded by residential neighborhoods to the north, including Bush Elementary and Aldrich Park, as well as Willamette University's Tokyo International School and the Amtrak station to the northwest. The Planning Commission approved the zone change subject to the conditions which the applicant has appealed. The properties are currently zoned RM2, multiple family residential, shown here in orange, generally surrounded by RM2 zoned properties, with some industrial commercial properties to the east, shown in purple. It should be noted the properties have been unoccupied for over 1 year, and any proposed new use would need to meet the established uses as permitted in the current RM2 zone. Prior to the adoption of the R. Salem update to the comprehensive plan in August of 2022, the properties were previously split zoned IC, industrial commercial, shown in purple, and IG, general industrial, shown in gray. Much of the surrounding area was also changed to RM2 with the adoption of R. Salem due to the proximity to long-established residential neighborhoods, schools, parks, and transit. During the planning and outreach phases of the R. Salem project, staff provided multiple notices of the proposed changes to the former property owner and did not receive any response or additional information prior to its adoption. The current owner purchased the property in November of 2022 after the adoption of R. Salem was effective. In November of 2023, the applicant's representative, Brand Land Use, submitted an application for a comprehensive plan map amendment and quasi-judicial zone change for the 2 properties. As part of the submitted application, the applicant provided information that a State of Oregon Department of Environmental Quality deed restriction had been put in place on the 2 properties in 2015, prohibiting them from being developed for residential uses or agricultural uses due to soil contamination from their previous use as a fuel storage depot, seen here in this street view from 2012. According to the deed restriction, in their current conditions, the properties cannot be developed for residential uses, which are the primary uses allowed in the RM2 zone. The applicant has requested to change the zoning from RM2 back to IG, for which the City Council approved a fee reduction of 50% to the application in December of 2023. In January of 2024, the applications were deemed complete, and a public hearing was held before the Planning Commission on February 27th. At the hearing, the Planning Commission received testimony from the applicant, and no other public testimony was received. The Planning Commission raised concerns regarding the potential impacts to the surrounding residentially zoned area if the properties were changed to IG, and discussed the need for mitigation measures for future development. The Planning Commission directed staff to work with the applicant and recommended mitigation measures to meet their concerns, and made a motion to continue the hearing until March 19th. Staff requested input from the applicant on the proposed conditions prior to the hearing, but the applicant declined. The applicant has not proposed any future use or development for the properties. To address the compatibility with the neighboring residentially zoned properties, staff proposed mitigation measures, including requiring any vehicle storage areas to be paved where the IG zone normally allows just gravel, any other outdoor storage to be screened by a fence or landscaping from the abutting residentially zoned properties where the IG zone normally does not require screening for only storage, and that any future development meet a minimum 15% landscaping on site, similar to the IC zone, which the north property was formerly partially zoned. Staff also proposed limiting certain uses in the IG zone. Of the permitted uses in the IG zone, staff recommended restricting certain uses due to their more impactful nature, such as heavy manufacturing, vehicle sales and services, and waste-related facilities, all of which are prohibited in the current RM2 zone. Allowed IG uses would still include some retail sales and services, eating and drinking establishments, general construction and repair services, as well as general wholesaling, warehousing, and distribution and storage uses, all of which are not permitted in the current RM2 zone. At the hearing on March 19th, Planning Commission approved the zone change to the IG with staff's recommended conditions of approval, striking one use on commercial parking. Planning Commission found that with the proposed restricted uses in the IG zone and the other mitigation measures, the applicant's request to change the zoning from RM2 to IG was equally or better suited than the current zoning. The decision was issued on March 25th, which the applicant appealed an objection to the conditions of approval. Staff recommends affirming the Planning Commission's decision, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the appellant. I believe the applicant's rep is here, Brittany Randall. You're up. You have 10 minutes. You can go to that one. Ah.
Okay, thank you. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. My name is Brittany Randall. I own Brand Land Use in Ward 2. Here to speak to you tonight about an interesting case at 650 15th Street Southeast. We are appealing the conditions of approval imposed on the site after attempting to revert the zoning back to IG as it was prior to the R Salem updates. Okay, so tonight we're going to go through our background and requests. We'll talk about the vicinity map. Staff does a great job, so this is all mostly covered, but I do want to focus on mostly the DEQ deed restriction here. A little bit of an agenda or a background for you. So in 2015, there was a no further action issued by the Department of Environmental Quality due to highly contaminated soils on the site. For some reason, there's a lapse in time and the deed restriction wasn't recorded until 2018. But as staff indicated, that deed restriction does not allow the property to be used for housing of humans or the growing of any edible crops, which should probably express how contaminated the soils are. Excuse me. In 2022, the property was listed for sale and it was zoned IG at the time. In August of 2022, as everybody is aware in this room, we adopted the our Salem updates. The property owner, the current property owner, entered into an agreement to buy this property prior to the our Salem updates. So I wanted to make that known. The purchaser wouldn't have been made aware in the same manner that the existing property owner was made aware of the our Salem changes. And then in November of 2022, our current property owner closes on the property. And then in January of 2023, discovers that the zoning had been changed to multifamily residential and they were effectively not allowed to do anything on this property because of the deed restriction. In December of 2023, I was before you and asking you to make this a city-initiated change back to IG. The city agreed to not do that, but to give a 50% fee reduction. So we went through the process, and in January of 2024, our application was deemed complete. We believe that the imposition of conditions are not necessary because the code offers protections to the abutting residentially zoned properties. So if we look at the IG zone, there's a table for zone-to-zone setbacks. If we're abutting a residential zone, we have a minimum of 40 feet that's required as a setback. And type E landscaping. Type E landscaping is 1 plant unit per 16 square feet and a 6-foot tall wall. So I think the code affords protection to the newly designated residential properties, that we don't need to impose additional restrictions on this property owner, knowing that really this shouldn't be before the council anyways. This property shouldn't have been changed to IG. The deed restriction, which should be in your packet, in section 6.2, talks about how DEQ must be notified no less than 30 days prior to the filing or petitioning of any rezoning of the property. And so we believe that our client is at risk of fine from DEQ should they discover that the property was changed. The way that it's written, it appears that it's the property owner's responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen. I think I will give back my time and leave it here on this vicinity map and save time for questions.
Yes. Thank you. I actually do have one question for you. You said that the property should not have been rezoned to IG. Tell me more about why you think that's the case.
I'm sorry, it shouldn't have been rezoned to RM2. So the initial change shouldn't have happened because of the deed restriction.
So you think the deed restriction should have prevented that rezoning?
Yes.
Tell me more. Why do you think that?
Because it says specifically that the site is not inhabitable by humans. So to change it to an RM2 zone that is for housing renders it useless to the property owner. Okay. So takings.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the appellant? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. So it was rezoned back to the IG. And I'm trying to understand the complaints or the concern with the appeal. Is it primarily because of the fencing and the landscaping that you don't want to do?
No, the original conditions proposed to restrict 60% of the allowed uses on the site. That came down a little bit when Planning Commission said they would allow commercial parking. But still, it's extremely restrictive to our client who purchased IG zone property. They have a DEQ deed restriction that requires them to essentially be in an industrial use because it's really the only safe use for the site. So to restrict their uses so dramatically, I think is inappropriate.
Yeah.
Continue. Could city staff speak to that?
We're going to have questions for staff after this.
Afterwards? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you then.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the appellant? Councillor Phillips.
I'm trying to understand where we're at. I believe there's some, I heard possibly during the ex parte communication that preceded this, that there's some concerns with the conditions that were part of this adoption process. Is that accurate? Or
That was a different,
okay.
That was a different matter.
Got it. Yep, now I understand. Thank you.
Yeah. Same person, different matter. Are there other questions for the appellant? Okay, we will now go to our next witness signed up, and then we'll go to questions of staff. Ian Levine? I saw him earlier. Ian, are you here? Okay, he must have left. So now we will go to questions of staff. Councillor Nishioka, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. So Peter, can you kind of run through that process again and help us understand why this appeal, why, I'm trying to understand why they feel that they shouldn't have to do the requirements.
To recap Planning Commission's decision a little bit, I think during the initial hearing, Planning Commission was concerned about rezoning this property back to IG in such close proximity to the surrounding residential zones. And they were concerned about the heavier industrial uses allowed in that zone and what those might be like right next to the residential zone properties. So they directed staff to come up with some possible mitigation measures like the landscaping or screening and possibly restricting more impactful uses that produce things like noise or pollutants, heavier traffic impacts, things like that. So the uses that we restricted, we used similar cases in similar situations, which we had actually just approved on that same hearing of industrial zone property right next to residential property, restricting, like I said, the heavier uses that would be more impactful to the residential areas. Those uses, none of which are permitted in the current RM2 zoning anyway. So it is bringing the zoning back to IG and allowing uses, just not certain ones. So.
I have a question for staff, and I think this might be for Ms. Anderson-Ogilvie or perhaps Ms. Kim regarding the our Salem process. The appellant made the statement that it should not have been rezoned to begin with to a residential usage. Can you speak to that and why it was and why either you agree or disagree with that statement?
Sure. Lisa Anderson-Ogilvie, your planning administrator. I think Ms. Randall's statement is that if staff had known about the DEQ restriction, we wouldn't have proposed it for RM2, which is an accurate statement.
Is inaccurate or is inaccurate?
Accurate, yes.
Accurate,
yes,
okay.
we would not have proposed a zone that primarily allows residential. Maybe we would have picked a commercial zone or something else that does have uses that are allowed. The property owner, to back up, in our Salem, we rezoned about 10,000 tax lots, so we did not pull title reports for 10,000 properties, right? It's just cost prohibitive. So we did send numerous notices, and the property owner, never responded. The surrounding parcels, mostly which are vacant that we rezoned, are all owned by Willamette, and they requested us to rezone them to multifamily. So that's why we were kind of wrapping this area in. We proposed a lot of zone changes that didn't end up happening, right? We sent notice, and property owners would come back and say, no, I like this zone, or no, I'm doing this thing or that thing with my property, and so we would then respond to the, what they told us, but we never heard from this property owner.
Thank you. Is it your sense that maybe it was bad timing in terms of the transaction and the R. Salem process, or was that not related?
It seems like the property owner during R. Salem didn't notify the purchasers that there was going to be a zone change happening. Although at the Planning Commission hearing, it was stated that the current owner did get a title report that had the RM2 zoning on it and did sign that title report as part of purchasing the property. But I just think they didn't see it and didn't understand what they were, purchasing, unfortunately. To the question that Councilor Nishioka asked about the landscaping, and to what Ms. Randall said, the industrial zone does require a large setback and landscaping already, but that's for new development. And so I don't know if you noticed on the aerial, but there are buildings on each one of these lots. I don't know if the owner plans to keep those buildings. So the Planning Commission was concerned they could just, bring in a use, and if they're not changing anything on the exterior, it doesn't, under our code, trigger landscaping and fencing, et cetera, if you don't already have that generally. So they wanted to ensure that if a use was brought in those existing buildings, or if outdoor storage was added, that screening and landscaping was provided, regardless of what the code would require.
Thank you for that clarity. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Stapleton. And I'll get to Councilor Hoy next.
Thank you. I might have a hard question to answer. What would it take to restore this land? Is that a fair question?
I'm sure it's a fair question, because one of the planning commissioners asked it as well.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I'm not sure we had an answer. And I think, Peter has probably read the DEQ restriction more than I have, but I don't think it goes into what would need to be done. I think the remediation that was agreed to at the time was whatever cleanup that they did, and then no housing and no agriculture. So if they wanted to remediate, they would have to go back to DEQ and figure out what that would take to see if that could be done.
Okay, and I'm sorry if I missed this when I stepped away, but what did it used to be? What did the land how did it get this restriction on it, I guess?
So prior to R. Salem, these properties in the general area were mostly IG, general industrial. This specific property was split zoned IC and IG. R. Salem rezoned most of the entire area to RM2, and then the deed restriction was found that prohibits residential uses, so that's why the applicant wants to take it back to IG. Oh, sorry, what use?
What created the contamination?
Historically, it was a fuel storage site of some sort, and then for years there was like a card lock gas station for heavy vehicles, industrial trucking, but that stopped in 2009, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Hoy.
Thank you. It's twice tonight that I've heard R. Salem referenced, and with some difficulty. And I'm just curious, is there, and maybe you can't predict, but are we going to find more of this as kind of an unintended consequence of R. Salem? I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, that's a fair question. I think generally us changing the zoning, even if people can't do what maybe they want to do, is not necessarily an unintended consequence, right? So we were attempting through R. Salem to allow housing in more places, allow it where we have transit and infrastructure. We're trying to allow more uses through mixed use, but we're also trying to bring in design standards, landscaping, reduce parking, et cetera. So for example, in our mixed use zones, you need a conditional use permit if you're going to do auto-related uses now, where in other zones you didn't need that before. So I think when people purchase property and are unaware of what the zoning is, which happens all the time, unfortunately. Nothing to do with our Salem. It's a common thing that we hear in the planning division. Then they get down the road where they've made financial investments in property that they don't have the permitting for, or maybe can't get the permits for. So you should always call your planners.
Councillor Gwynn.
Would it be typical to revert a property back to IG and then impose these prohibited uses?
I don't know if I've had a case where we've reverted a zoning back. You know, generally, besides our Salem, it's the applicant asking to change the zone. It's not uncommon for a zone change to restrict uses. So not every use on every property makes sense. And when you're going through a zone change, that is something that's available to the Planning Commission or the Council, is to restrict uses. I think the Planning Commission struggled with this because the applicant doesn't have a proposed use that they shared at the hearing, or with staff. So we weren't able to maybe more tailor this list, and instead the Planning Commission asked us what's the most impactful, and then they chose to restrict those. So that's where we came up with this broader list.
Councillor Phillips.
I wasn't able to find it quickly. Do you recall, or is it somewhere in the documentation tonight, what was the vote on the Planning Commission?
Yeah, so we had 2 commissioners absent, 1 abstained, and then 4 voted in favor of the recommendation that was adopted, and 1 voted against it. The one that voted against it didn't say why she voted that way, but at the first hearing stated she was not in favor of rezoning it to IG. So I don't know if that sentiment carried through or not.
Other questions for staff? Councillor Gwynn.
And I was just curious again, so you said that in our Salem, the reason that this was zoned for multifamily was basically because Willamette University owns properties around it, so it was sort of for their benefit.
How about I have Ms. Kim come up and address that?
Hi, Eunice Kim, Long Range Planning Manager, City of Salem. During the Our Salem project, one of the considerations was historically we had talked to Willamette University about wanting to build more housing there for students and for faculty as it's close to their campus. But also through the process, we were trying really hard to find land for multifamily because we need more housing here. That was close to parks, close to schools, close to transit. This kind of ticked all those boxes. And when we did our outreach over the 4 years, we did not hear any objections to that. And so we proceeded.
Further questions for staff? All right, we will give the applicant or appellant time for a rebuttal on anything you just heard.
Thank you. For the record, Brittany Randall, Brand Land Use, Ward 2. I want to make it clear that we're not trying to erode the merit of our Salem. I think that when you do these sort of like large swaths of changes, there are these like little instances where it just didn't make sense or something was missed. And like Lisa stated, they shouldn't be expected to pull title reports for however many properties were rezoned. That's, crazy. But I wanted to speak to why it's contaminated. It was a leaking gasoline storage tank for many years. When we asked DEQ what would it take to clean the site, we didn't tell them specifically what site because we have this violation now. But they, in general, said when it's gasoline like this, it doesn't know property lines, so it's likely leached into other properties. So if some testing were to be done on Willamette's properties, they may see contaminations there as well. And generally, it's like a 30-foot carve out of soil that's removed, and then it's replaced with engineered clean soil. And we're up against, riparian banks, so we would erode the bank. It's just not practical in this setting to do that. It is something that we looked at, especially knowing how desperate we are for more housing. So we can understand why the city chose to apply this zone. It's just not appropriate for this site, and to restrict a property owner from 60% of the uses allowed because of the impacts to neighboring properties, although we can respect them, the code affords protection so we don't need the additional restrictions. And that's our position.
Anything else you wanted to share with us on rebuttal?
That's it.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions for staff? Councilor Phillips.
I think I do. Previously we've agreed with staff, but it involved housing. And we learned that we don't have as much discretion as we thought we did as a body. Like there was a recommendation to oppose development of housing over a gas station, as an example. And staff recommended that we consider opposing that, which we did, and then we found out that we no longer have that discretion, it seems, within the state of Oregon. Given that this doesn't involve housing, do we have more discretion in this case?
You do. This is still a quasi-judicial land use proceeding, so you need to rely on the criteria and the facts, but you're not prohibited from varying these conditions. If you don't feel that the restrictions on the heavy industrial uses are appropriate, you don't have to impose them.
But conversely, if I think it's okay and the Planning Commission made a reasonable choice, that this is what staff is recommending.
I think it's within your discretion, yes.
Okay.
Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. So you were mentioning that the owner of the land does not have a plan yet as the use of what they would like to use it for. And that this just really restricts what they can use their land for. If they were to come back with a plan, would that be something that they could bring forward to the Planning Commission to get some consensus building around to try and come up with something that would work for everybody?
Yeah, so if this were adopted with these conditions, there's kind of two categories of conditions. Condition one is a use restriction, and the rest of the conditions are development standards. So the way it works is if you want to change a use condition in the future, you need to go through the zone change again. And you would not be asking for a new zone, you would be asking for reconsideration of the uses that were prohibited. If they wanted to say, change one of the other conditions, they could get a variance for that. So there's kind of two different paths depending.
Yeah, I wanted to just kind of say that I appreciated you saying that this is hard because we don't know what the owner wants to do with the land, and I agree with that statement. And then I'm just wondering if there is a path for when they do decide and they would like to come back, could they? I guess is the...
Yeah, and just so the council's clear, you could also consider some of the conditions and not all. So you don't have to take them all, right? So the Planning Commission asked us to return with mitigation, both uses and, landscaping, fencing, that kind of thing. And they decided to take the whole package, but they did have conversation about, should we just restrict uses? Should we do landscaping mitigation? They decided on both. So I just want to make sure the council knows that you could take some of these conditions or all of them or none of them. It's all within your discretion.
Councilor Gwynn.
So just to be clear, these conditions, the sole purpose of these conditions is to limit the use, the property owner's use of their property. When in an IG zone, these things that are limited by these conditions would have been approved uses a year ago.
Yes, in an IG zone, those are uses in most IG zones, yes.
Councilor Nishioka, and then we'll go to Phillips. Nope, she passes. Phillips.
So we're going back in this site to the previous zoning because it went from IG to RM2, I think, and now we're going back to IG. And in the process of going back to IG, there's a limitations that the Planning Commission has agreed to. Is part of that, I don't know if staff can speak to it from their own perspective or recall what Planning Commission had, but things have changed now because the surrounding properties are now residential and it started relatively close to residential as well. So given the totality of the current situation with the changes that have happened through a process, this was the Planning Commission's understanding of what they thought was best.
Yeah, absolutely. They talked about the change in circumstances, how they thought the area generally was a good place for residential. Like Ms. Kim stated, it's served by transit. It's walking distance to an elementary school and a city park. It's practically across the street from Tokyo International University. And then there's already housing, right, 1 block to the north. So there's already developed housing. So there's just a few vacant, really newly rezoned multifamily lots around it. So all those things together, they felt like it was appropriate to limit the uses.
I guess I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
Is there a sense that, there are a considerable number, something like 60% of the things that were precluded based on the adoption from the Planning Commission. Is it something like we could make an exception to 2 or 3 and people would be satisfied, or is it we don't know, and or what would staff recommend, like maybe get rid of these 1 or 2, or is it kind of all or none? Any perspective along those lines of questioning?
So I don't know that we agree with the 60, just to be clear, the 66%. I guess the way we would look at it is we're adding a lot more uses back that they can't do right now in RM2, quite a few uses that they can't do today. I think the Planning Commission would have been willing to take more of these off the prohibited list if the applicant had said, what they wanted to do. The only one that they took off was commercial parking. So if commercial parking is parking when it's not related to a use, so it's like you pay, a pay lot or something like that, and they thought that was appropriate next to the university. But beyond that, they felt like the rest of these uses could be really impactful. They did have a long discussion about how many of the uses on the prohibited list are things that you never see in Salem, so they don't really matter. And ask staff, do you think an aviation facility would go on this property? No. Do you think a marine facility is going to go here? No. Is it good for surface mining? No. So some of the uses that we said no, say no to, don't make a big difference for this property. Probably the general manufacturing is the one, but again, the applicant hasn't said if they're going to do manufacturing. We also did ask the applicant about picking another zone. Once the Planning Commission continued the hearing, we asked them about their interest in industrial commercial, I believe, IC, which is what's right next door, because that does have some more commercial uses and light industrial, but they weren't interested in that zone. So,
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. So, if I understood correctly with Councilor Stapleton's question, if we affirm the recommendation tonight, the property owner could go to planning again and potentially make some adjustments.
Absolutely, but I don't want to give you the impression that it's a simple process. So they would have to pay,
and they'd have to pay
for the application again and go through another hearing. But there is that opportunity for them. Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions for staff? Sure. Ms. Randall, I'm going to give you one more opportunity for rebuttal in case there was some new information there that you didn't have the opportunity to rebut earlier. So I'll give you a chance to rebut anything you just heard in this last little bit after you last rebutted.
Thank you. The only thing I would say is that not all property owners operate their own businesses on their site. Some hold properties to lease out to others to start their business or run their business. So the not sharing a specific use isn't in an attempt to be uncooperative. It's that we don't have the information, and it's the staff's position that the site has lost its non-conforming development rights. So at this point, our client is sitting on a piece of property that he cannot use at all. So I think there's a sense of urgency, and it seemed as though this body agreed that there was perhaps some mistake made, which is why the 50% fee reduction was granted in December. So it was a bit shocking to my client to see all of these conditions be imposed. And the original proposal by staff, recommendation to Planning Commission, didn't include conditions at all. So I would just bring that to your attention as well, that once that initial hearing seemed to go a different direction, new conditions were proposed at the continued hearing.
Thank you. Councilor Nishioka, do you have a motion?
Yes, yes, I do. I move to affirm the Planning Commissioner's decision for comprehensive plan map designation and zone change, case number CPC ZC 24-01, and approve the application subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
Motion by Nishioka, second by Phillips. Councilor, to your motion.
I think that we have discussed this. I don't have any further discussion or comments for it.
Further discussion? Councilor Phillips.
Just briefly, I mean, I think this is a challenging case. I appreciate hearing from staff and from the applicant directly. I think I understand it as much as I can in these difficult quasi-judicial land use situations. I really respect and defer to our Planning Commission, who's already thought about this. How we have impact on our future through zoning is limited, and I remember hearing that you kind of have to assume worst case scenario. So in that sense, I understand the desire to modify by having, you know, a significant number of limitations given the surrounding makeup of the neighborhood. So again, I think that the Planning Commission is where these kind of decisions should reside. I've said that previously. So I support their work, and I think I understand it. And it doesn't mean there aren't maybe cumbersome ways to move forward in future, but there is a path to moving forward in future.
Thank you, Councilor, for the discussion. Councilor Gwynn.
I'm familiar with this general vicinity, and I know that there is quite a bit of the IG properties in that area. So to go from IG to the
RM2.
Yes, to the RM2, and then back to IG, but then with conditions, I can't support that. So I'll be voting no.
Further discussion? Councilor Gonzalez.
Yeah, I concur with Councilor Gwynn. If we wouldn't have switched it to RM2, we wouldn't even be here. So that's why I'm voting against it.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? All right. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Varney.
Nay.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Nay.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Nay.
Councilor Hoy.
Nay.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. On to item 4B. We'll open a public hearing.
The Salem City Council will now conduct a public hearing to consider a petition to vacate a public sanitary sewer easement located near Orchard Heights Road Northwest and Linwood Street Northwest. The criteria applicable to the vacation is SRC 255.065B6. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria or other criteria which the person believes to apply to the decision.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to quickly and easily create this countdown timer.
I think that's online, maybe? I don't know what that was.
I'm not sure. A failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue shall preclude appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. A similar failure to raise constitutional issues relating to proposed conditions of approval precludes an action for damages in circuit court. The hearing will be conducted with staff presentation first, followed by testimony from the following. The applicant's limited to 10 minutes. Neighborhood associations are limited to 5 minutes. Other interested persons are limited to 3 minutes, and applicant's rebuttal is limited to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julie Hansen. I'm the Transportation Planning Manager with the Public Works Department. I'd like to start by entering the staff report into the record. This is a public hearing to consider a petition to vacate a public sanitary sewer easement that was created by a partition plat in 2012. Let's see. Trying to figure out the system. So the act of vacating or a vacation is to get rid of or extinguish. It's not the kind of vacation that I would prefer to take. In this case, an easement over a public sanitary sewer line is what is being proposed to be vacated. It is located just north of Orchard Heights Road and west of Linwood Street in West Salem. A petition was submitted by the property owner, and council accepted the petition on May 13th. This public hearing is the next step in this process. So on the map here, or the slide screen, is parcel 3 of the partition plat that created this easement. The easement area is approximately 4,700 square feet. As part of a new development, the property owner is petitioning to relocate the sewer line and the easement. So the blue line there at the south end of the property is where the sewer line is currently located with the easement. And then this slide here shows the proposed new development and the new proposed location of the sewer line in yellow there. So it's a little bit further north, and it better accommodates their development plans. So in summary, the staff recommendation is to approve the vacation of this easement, to waive the assessment of special benefits since the applicant will be required to provide a replacement easement of like size. And then subject to the condition that the petitioner, like I just said, sorry, it's late, relocate the sanitary sewer line and provide an easement for maintenance of the relocated line. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for staff? We have nobody signed up to testify, by the way. So this is oh, seriously? Counselor Phillips. Microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Is there anyone appealing this at this time?
No, nobody signed up to testify.
Just double checking.
Any other questions for staff? The answer, there's only one right answer here. No, are there any questions for staff? Oh, Mickey, sorry, Councilor Varney. I didn't see you waving. Now I do.
That's okay. Thank you. I'll try to ask this here. I guess my question is, doesn't this meet conditions 10 and 11 in the approved proposal for this multifamily development?
Yes, it does. And if you wanted to see here are the conditions from the approved multifamily development that said in order to meet that multifamily development, you need to move the sewer line. And if you look at this map here, it's sort of hard to tell, but in the bottom there, I tried to highlight buildings 2, 3, and 4. Those buildings would be going over the existing sewer line. So they need to relocate the sewer line and get rid of this easement before they can occupy those buildings 2, 3, and 4 as part of the condition of the site plan review.
Okay, thank you. I figured that since we'd already approved it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Varney, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the vacation of a public sanitary sewer easement located near Orchard Heights Road Northwest and Linwood Street Northwest, and waive the assessment of a special benefit subject to the condition that the petitioner relocate the sanitary sewer line and provide an easement for maintenance of the relocated line.
Second.
Motion by Varney, second by Stapleton. Counselor, to your motion?
I really don't have anything else to add. This meets conditions 10 and 11, and yeah, I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike.
Aye.
Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, we are just about on to special orders of business, but as we are approaching 10, it's been almost 2 hours since our last break. Let's take 5-minute break. Councilor Stapleton.
I move that we extend this meeting another hour till 11.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Let's be done and not extend till 11.
Will the recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Nishioka.
Aye.
Counselor Phillips.
Aye.
Counselor Gwynn.
Aye.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Counselor Hoy.
Aye.
Counselor Nordike. I'll go back. Counselor Varney.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And Counselor Stapleton.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, we're on to item 5A. Gretchen, this is the determine the allocation of the opioid settlement dollars. Microphone.
Gretchen Bennett, Human Rights Manager and Homelessness Liaison. We're here tonight on the Opioid Settlement Fund, and tonight's opportunity is to determine the allocation of opioid settlement dollars in fiscal year 25 and look ahead to future years. To give you a bit of context, we've received over $2 million, and we anticipate future receipts coming in, ranging in dollar amount from over $200,000 to $650,000 in coming years. At the April 2024 work session, Council noted several areas of focus, including preventing staff reductions when we can have the opportunity with eligible uses of the dollars to retain some of the good work that's happening, saving lives with plentiful access to things like Narcan, reaching people experiencing homelessness, and impacting our first responder wellness as they work on such critical issues. Let's see. Our staff recommendation this evening is focusing in on these with an eye to sustainability and trying to limit the number of directions that we're going in so that we can sustain a fewer number over a longer period. So in fiscal year 25, the recommendation would be to fund the youth, young adult, and community coordinator with an adjustment, a focus on substance use prevention and remediation. Naloxone, of course, to boost our efforts for 1 year with Salem Housing Authority outreach to help us reach people experiencing homelessness who are impacted by substances. And we also have some excellent assorted wellness strategies that can affect our first responders very directly. Fiscal year 26, the recommendation would adjust those Salem Housing Authority positions would have been a 1 year boost, but then we pivot to be able to direct funding to retain the homeless services team positions, which we have a concern in future budgeting forecasts could go away. But the other strategies remain the same. And then as you can see in the last slide, and I apologize for the smaller font, you can see that that would continue into the future, again, with the idea of trying to sustain use of the funds over time with some focused efforts at your priorities. So with that, I would turn it over to you, Mayor, and see if you had any questions or.
Thank you. Well, I don't have any questions initially, and I'll ask council if they do, but I just wanted to thank you. I think this is, this proposal is really responsive to the council's feedback. And so I really appreciate that. I feel like you really captured what we were looking for in our conversation during the work session. So thank you. Are there questions or comments? Councilor Nordike.
Yes, thank you so much. I am delighted to see that a concerted effort has been made to preserve that youth position, understanding that you would need to pivot it in order to comply with the requirements of the settlement funds and what it can be used for. My question has to do with homeless services team, and I see you have some acronyms on your screen here. And I know we have a lot of different folks who do some sort of work, case management services, outreach, and so on with the homeless individuals across our city. I'm trying to figure out which teams you're referring to. So I take it SPOT is with Salem Housing Authority for fiscal year 25. But after that, we're looking at a significant chunk of, if not the lion's share, of future anticipated funds going to HST. Which department is HST housed within? And can you just describe what kind of services would you expect the HST team to be providing to the unsheltered?
Thank you, and I certainly would welcome any input that the police team wants to give. The HST is the Homeless Services Team officers, the two positions we have currently dedicated. They do amazing information, referral, coordination, communication, and provide a lot of safety to a number of locations across the city. Those are two positions that we would anticipate not having beginning next fiscal year. And you are correct, SPOT refers to the Salem Housing Authority outreach team. All of these are critical parts of the continuum. Our internal homeless committee depends upon each of the pieces with heavy leaning into information and referral.
Okay, I have a follow-up if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Why fund SPOT only for the first year and not the subsequent years? Are you anticipating that that funding is not at risk for SPOT in fiscal years 26 through 30?
My understanding from Salem Housing Authority is they're working very diligently towards securing alternative grant resources for those positions, and we're looking for a boost in that area just in the short term to help us with some effort. Overall, we're leaning into preserving the positions that are concerned to go away, and we can't afford to do it all with the dollars with any kind of sustainability.
Well, sure, if you can get grants elsewhere for SPOT, I can understand why you would do that. The final question I had to do with the wellness strategies. There wasn't a whole lot of detail in the city staff report in terms of what that would entail. Are these wellness strategies contracted persons to work with our first responders? Are they staff within our first responder departments? Tell me more about what that wellness spending would look like.
You bet. We have ideas in both of those general categories. One example is implementation of a special lamp lighting in the dormitories of the fire department, for example. We understand with the sounds that happen right now, that creates a cortisol dump into your body, which can accelerate cardiac challenges. Whereas there's a one-time cost to lighting that you could ramp up in the dorms to allow a more appropriate awakening. There's counseling services that the first responders in the police department have noted that would, such as acute stress adaptive protocol, for example, and cognitive behavioral therapy that's targeted focus to the types of situations our responders need.
Okay. All right, that gives me a little more context. I assume the fire department is on board with that idea. I mean, do they feel that would be useful for their department?
Thank you. I received the recommendations from the fire department, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Stapleton.
Thank you. Just a quick question here. I am also in agreement with Mayor Hoy. Thank you so much for interpreting our comments at the work session and coming forward with this plan. If the Salem Housing Authority is not successful in getting grants, would you then come back to a future city council to figure out how to move forward with that? Does that make sense? Would you then consider moving money from other positions, maybe the youth coordinator position or others, back into funding those positions at Salem Housing Authority?
I don't know. The two positions represents a boost, and so we were trying to look at it as a short-term strategy to help us in some areas. It's really hard to predict. We also are recognizing the source is dynamic. There are settlements that the Department of Justice are still engaging in that could lead to more dollars. And so I think it's hard to say right now.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Phillips.
I echo what Mayor Hoy and Council President Stapleton have said. I think that staff's done a good job of allocating where the funding is going, and so I appreciate that. I don't know if my question is for Josh Eggleston or for Gretchen or someone else, but we are all members of the Budget Committee, which has concluded their process, and then in June, we'll be finalizing the budget for the fiscal year 2025. How will this impact, what has already been adopted by the Budget Committee? Will there be any big differences?
Appreciate the question, Josh Eggleston, Chief Financial Officer. If you approve it this evening, we'll roll it into the recommended budget that comes to you on June 10th and eventually adopted June 24th. So we'll take this as direction. We'll incorporate it into the budget.
I just think for tracking purposes, I appreciate the answer. If it could be flagged, just so I know that this is where it's coming from, I would appreciate that. It would be helpful for me for tracking purposes.
So if I may, in the budget document, it clearly delineates the proposed budget, the recommended budget, and the City Council approved budget. So it'll only appear that change in the City Council approved budget.
Okay.
Further discussion? No? Okay. I think we need either a consensus or a motion. We will have a budget, an opportunity to vote on the budget to actually adopt it, but I think it would be helpful for staff to hear that we are supportive of this direction. So I think maybe a motion would be great. Counselor?
Yeah, I move staff recommendations.
Second.
Any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Phillips.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councillor Hoy.
Aye.
Councillor Nordike.
Aye.
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, we're now on to item 5B, City of Salem resolution related to the crisis in Gaza. I'm going to turn it over, I think, just briefly to the city manager and then to Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Good evening, councilors and mayor and community members. I want to begin by thanking the Human Rights Commission for taking a very hard assignment without hesitation, with sincerity and concern for our community. They listened, reflected, crafted a recommendation for a resolution for your consideration. While this work reflects the best thinking and advice on the part of the HRC, many of you and many in our community struggle with its contents, thinking it goes too far or not far enough. As with all board and commission recommendations, it is up to City Council to determine what to do next. You have before you 4 different resolutions for your consideration, one offered by the Human Rights Commission, one developed by me, and 2 prepared by fellow councilors. It is City Council's prerogative to approve, amend, craft an alternative process to formulate a new option, or take no action by tabling this issue this evening. It is going to be immensely difficult to find consensus. However, I think each of these draft resolutions moves us in the right direction towards peace. While what we write can be parsed and debated, the more important question is, did Salem add its voice and call all parties to cease fire? I think we can all agree that the road to peace starts with a ceasefire and builds from there. As I say in the staff report, as city manager, I heard the people who spoke about the issue so passionately on May 7th, 2024 City Council meeting, and understand that they want City Council to adopt a ceasefire resolution. I think adding our voice to the chorus from across the country and around the world is the right thing to do. As city manager, I respect, support, and appreciate the work of the HRC on this issue and offer an alternative to provide council with a range of options. Now you have 2 more. I believe that the attached documents do that, and hopefully do it in a way that City Council and the broader community can support. None of the proposed resolutions address all the concerns, the nuances, and the varied perspectives that exist in our community and beyond. I encourage council to consider the options before you and adopt one. My hope is that whatever path you choose allows the city to recognize the immense human suffering that exists in this situation, affecting both Israelis and Palestinians, and that only a path forward starts with a ceasefire. I and the rest of city staff are here to answer your questions and assist with your deliberations as necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Staley. Councilor Stapleton.
Yes. I move that council consider a ceasefire resolution.
Second.
Motion by Stapleton, second by Phillips.
Thank you. I have some written comments here, if you'll allow me some time here.
Sure.
So I wanted to start this discussion off by saying that I value every person who has made their voice heard on this issue, from public comment, emails, voicemails, and personal conversations. All of it matters, and it has all been heard. I also want to speak to each of my colleagues and state from the onset of this conversation that I know each of you are coming to this with an open heart and a willingness to find a path forward. I believe with 100% certainty that each of you want world peace, for people to stop killing each other, and for all people to live long and healthy lives in a place of safety and security. No matter what happens tonight, I feel like we will be hated, that we will be made the scapegoats and a landing place for a lot of very big feelings. Know that I see the humanity in each of you and I value you. I would like to end this intro to my comments with a statement. I will never fully understand the use of violence to call for peace. There have been a lot of violent and vicious things said to us over the past few weeks, and there have been physical intimidation imposed upon the mayor. None of this is okay. That is not the path forward here, and in my opinion, it never will be. We can have feelings and opinions and share them, but we need to ensure that we are not causing harm to other people in the process. That is the close of my statement, and now I would like to give you a little bit more thoughts on the matter. For a while, I've thought that this is not something that the council should take up because it falls so far outside of our realm of influence. And I still think that to a certain extent. Recently, I was reminded of a time in my life when I too was hurting, and I needed someone outside of myself, someone I viewed to have power and authority to speak out on my behalf. It was a national matter in a local setting, and I was not successful. I learned a lot from that situation about humans, about institutions, and about myself. I cannot say that I think it's wrong to need people in positions of powers, such as the city council, to help alleviate pain by adding their voice to a matter. What is challenging is recognizing that so many are suffering and hurting in this moment, and that our words and actions, including non-action, has an impact. One of my goals in life is to reduce pain and suffering in the world around me, and I know that sometimes I can do that by simply seeing and validating the pain in those around me. My comments from several months ago about this issue tried to do just that. Sometimes I feel like my life's goal of alleviating pain is a lost cause. At times it feels like this life and us humans and this planet is heading towards entropy. Nothing seems to be gathering speed in another direction. I tell myself that this isn't true, and I make a long list of the things that are better now than they were in the past, and I try to continue to do the good work. This process seems like a time when the latter feels more true. There is an ancient saying, a verse that says, "You go to do the good and the evil is always present." And I don't like false dichotomies like good and evil, but the sentiment holds true for me. You try and help, and in the end, no one is helped, and it feels like everyone is hurting more than they were before. In trying to sort out my own feelings on this issue, bringing in the wishes of my constituents and also each of my colleagues, I thought through what I do have responsibility to do as a city councilor. What realm of influence do I have? What I came up with were these. I can validate the suffering and pain in our community members. I can raise awareness of an issue, and it's our responsibility to create safety in our community for all of our members. We can also use our voice to advocate on behalf of our community to our county, state, and federal governments. I want to thank the city manager and Councilor Varney for putting forward their ideas for a resolution. I also want to thank the Human Rights Commission for their work. Both me and Councilor Nishioka proposed a resolution with an attempt to honor the work done by the HRC, making changes in order to move this forward and in trying to get us as a council to a place of agreement. We worked very hard to thread a needle with this resolution, and I firmly believe in a third way or in a middle ground. I'm still unclear on how to move forward tonight, and I feel like it is important for us to get to a 9-0 vote, but know that for some of us that might not be doable. I look forward to hearing from each of you on what your thoughts are and how best to move forward. Sadly, I don't think the option to do no harm is available to us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Excuse me. Thank you, Counselor. Is there further discussion? Counselor Phillips.
I don't have my thoughts on this written down, so it's going to be relatively raw. I'm just going to do the best I can to try to hit a majority of the things I wanted to cover. I absolutely believe that Palestine has a right to exist, and the people that live in Palestine have a right to be free. I also believe that Israel has a right to exist, and the people of Israel have a right to be free. I think that it is, from my perspective, impossible not to talk about the people of Palestine and the people of Israel at this moment in time. I think it's impossible for me to bring a resolution forward that doesn't acknowledge what happened on October 7th. I don't think that these multiple egregious things that have happened are the same or equivalent. And I don't think that that's anyone's intention on this body. But I think that things, even if there's an asymmetry in the magnitude of wrongness, things that are wrong are still worthy to call out as wrong. In an effort to speak clearly to my colleagues, I don't think I can get to a position where I would support the HRC resolution, even if the word genocide was removed. My goal tonight is to accurately represent not just my personal thoughts on this issue, but also like what I think we're here to do in terms of finding consensus and to use this body to get more attention to this issue. I'm troubled by the feelings that are coming at us so intensely. I mean, I get why they're coming in intensely, that it's like, you got to say genocide or nothing. Like, when there's such broad agreement amongst, I would say, a vast majority of our community for making a statement in favor of a ceasefire. And I think that even if we're not using a word like genocide, it doesn't mean that we necessarily personally disagree with that, but I think there are things that you can state that accurately capture some of the awful things that have happened. So I do, in general, appreciate the people who serve in a volunteer capacity like we do on council. All of us are volunteers, the mayor, every single one of us. And I think that we're here to try to do our best in this difficult situation. I'm a little frustrated with the HRC process, having talked to so many people in our community who do identify as Jewish. I don't think that that's, Ward 3 has the Shabbat Center in it, and so many of my friends and the other neighborhood as well, right nearby is Temple Beth Shalom. So, those are just, I have those relationships, but it doesn't mean I don't have very close relationships with people in our broader community who are Muslim. My brother served for 2 years in Iraq, and his second tour of duty, he was on a MIT team, and his role there was to interface with the interpreters in Iraq who supported the service members during their tour and provided life-saving services and interpretation. And my brother and my mom were involved in many of those people moving to the United States of America, and they've literally become members of my family. I've been to their weddings. So, like, I care very deeply about this, and I have heard, like our city council president said so eloquently, you know, the intensity and fervor, and on some level, I get it. But like, I think in this position of leadership, we've got to try to do the best we can. And I would prefer a 9-0 vote, but I definitely want to get to a consensus. And I don't know that the HRC as currently written, even if something like genocide, that word was removed, could get me there. I have heard from the audience why I would prefer that, you know, people do their free speech in the time and place allotted through the testimony process. But to speak to that specifically,
Councilor, if I could stop you for just a second. Folks, we're not going to do the interruptions. We're trying to have a process here. Everybody had their opportunity to speak. Now it's the councilor's turn to deliberate, and you need to be respectful of that. And that's just the way it's going to be tonight. We're trying to have a conversation here. I need you to stop talking. Thank you. I need you to stop talking. Thank you. Councilor, go ahead.
I just think that it's better if we can get the support of a vast majority. I think it adds to the impact of what we do as a body, because what we do tonight will not have a direct result. We're just using this platform to enhance our free speech and to lend our voice to suing for peace and demanding a ceasefire. I think that the resolution crafted by City Council President and City Council Nishioka takes the HRC resolution as an inspiration, but is at this point a superior original work. I think that it took days and many hours of collaboration with a few of us on council, as well as numerous people in our community, and I think it gets us to a much better place. It specifically calls out the Israeli government and the actions of the Israeli Defense Force that nobody is trying to justify. Those things are egregious. The document, the resolution from my colleagues specifically calls out the utter destruction and collapse of the healthcare system. And I think that there's broad agreement in our community that those kind of statements can be supported, but adding, and just the way it was crafted, I think it ends up being divisive, and I can imagine that that's no fun to hear, but I want us to get as close to a majority and ideally unanimous position as we can, and I really am impressed with the work of my colleagues Stapleton and Nishioka. So at this point, I would plan to support that. I'm considering one minor amendment which reorders and changes a section. But that's my thought at this time. If we can't get to a majority on that one, for the sake of communicating with my colleagues, my preference would then be to consider Councilor Mickey Varney's resolution, which is heavily inspired by the SEIU International language from their International Committee resolution. I think it's a high-level document. Yeah, those are the two that I am most likely to support at this time. So, yeah, thank you guys for listening.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Councilor Nordijk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who testified tonight. We heard a lot of emotion tonight, and I'm grateful for everyone who came and spoke this evening. I noticed in the New York Times that there's a headline that Harvard University will no longer take positions on matters outside of the university. And they said that in issuing official statements of empathy, the university runs a risk of appearing to care more about some places and events than others. And because few, if any, world events can be entirely isolated from conflicting viewpoints, issuing official empathy statements runs the risk of alienating some members of the community by expressing implicit solidarity with others. So that naturally leads me to our conversation here. this council has no control over wars abroad of any kind. And this council needs to think about the precedent it creates by taking a stand today and on every atrocity committed worldwide, again, far beyond our ability to do anything. I would also point out that when you have a resolution drafted that stokes anger and fear and distrust and pits some members of our community against others, that resolution is not a successful resolution. We need to ensure what the things that we do have some control over. In our community, we see fentanyl, homelessness, poverty, gun violence, mental illness, and a whole host of other social problems, which we do have some ability to affect positive change. And just hours ago, we were talking about how best to utilize funding from the opioid settlement that is coming our way to ensure that our community can respond and come back from the ravages of opioids. Those are the things we have power over. Those are the things we can do. And we don't have to be placed in a position where marginalized communities, Muslim members, Palestinian members, Israeli members, Jewish members, where they are afraid to come to council and testify out of fear of retaliation. And we heard from people who testified tonight that they were afraid to be here, that they feared for their personal safety just by speaking up. So whatever happened at the Human Rights Commission meetings created an environment where a lot of people felt very angry and very unsafe. So I am willing to talk about a resolution tonight, but I want to urge our mayor and this council to take a look at what other institutions are doing. We should not be in the business of taking positions on matters that are happening halfway around the world. It virtually assures that we will infuriate almost everybody and please nobody. And again, we have no control over that. So I'm happy to discuss the resolution tonight because we've come this far. But we should not be in the business of issuing these statements. And I think it's appropriate for us to say right now that this is not going to happen again, that we are not going to be called upon and people are not going to come here and try to bully and harass either people who are testifying, people who are speaking their mind. That is not how you demonstrate peace. And for a lot of talk about peace I hear tonight, there's been a lot of aggressive behavior. So anyway, I'm happy to discuss the resolution. I do not agree with the terms within the HRC resolution for a variety of reasons. I would much rather consider looking at the ones proposed by Stapleton's, Nishioka, and Varney. I also, the notion that we should be directing how we spend, we meaning the US government, not us, of course, because we don't spend money on a US military. We don't spend money on aid to Israel or to any other foreign country for that matter. I don't think it's our position, it's our place to be calling upon where federal US aid is directed. I think that's a great conversation to have with the federal legislators who decide that budget, but we have no power over that budget. So I'm more than happy to continue talking about this. And again, I really appreciate how everyone did come and share respectfully their views. There is a way to do that without terrifying or intimidating members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. I too would like to say thank you to all of the people that came and testified tonight, for all of the emails and phone calls I received, many of which were not represented in testimony. I I also appreciated the testimony that there were concerns about the possibility of violating the Human Rights Commission process, violating their bylaws. And that was helpful for me tonight because I have been very concerned with the HRC's resolution. And through the weekend, I worked a lot on reviewing that information, researching, and started making some edits. And I forward those edits to our city manager and council president, Stapleton, who then she and I began to work together. And I feel that we did thread the needle of honoring what the HRC was doing and the direction they were moving, but at the same time, making sure that we also heard the voices of others. And I felt that we actually arrived at a pretty good space. And I hope that our resolution can move forward and that we can find this council agreeing on recommending a ceasefire.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Councilor Gonzalez, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody who has testified or submitted testimony. If we had this many people engage in all our meetings, we'd have a better city. Some people don't understand why all of a sudden there is such concern for what's happening in Gaza. But it makes sense because most people don't have a direct connection to people living there, and they probably rely on mainstream media like CNN or Fox only. With social media, though, it makes it harder to censor what doesn't fit that narrative. And today, though, we do have a lot of people in our community whose families originate from there and have families still there. In my opinion, this is suicide, genocide. I say that because of what the basic definition is. And I'm trying to see it from the side of the people of Gaza. For example, if a person is being emotionally abused, who would you let define that if they're being abused or not? The person committing the atrocity, the abuse, or the person getting abused? Who would be the one to define it? Now, to the people in Israel, it might not look like genocide to them. And most of them, I think they feel that's what has to be done for their short-term safety. Long-term, I think they're wrong. But they're reacting out of extreme fear also. At the same time, I wonder what our reaction as the U.S. Would be if this was our land, if this had happened to us. I think our response would be worse. This discussion is good timing because literally yesterday we celebrated Memorial Day to honor the people who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our country. And I honor them because without their efforts, their dangerous efforts, many countries today, I'm sure, will not hesitate to come and try to attack us. I can name a few who would probably partner up and do that. So today I intend to support Councilor Stapleton and Councilor Nirvani's resolution because to me, even though they're not perfect, they sound more like peace. And waiting is really just making it worse. Peace is what I believe in, even during the worst of times. If we can't have peace here, how can we expect it anywhere else? Peace is not what the media wants, right? Peace is not what our enemy wants, our true enemy. Who is that? The winner of all wars, the global military-industrial complex. They want to see us fight. It feeds into their greed. In addition, I say this all knowing this resolution isn't going to change much, that there won't be a ceasefire anytime soon. And the two-state solution is really just further away. Hamas doesn't want a two-state solution. Netanyahu doesn't want a two-state solution. And the only two states that Biden cares about is Michigan and Pennsylvania. And I think us as a city, we need to be better prepared to handle issues like this in the future. Lastly, I sit here a relatively safe human. And when I hear a plane or a drone above my house, it doesn't even occur to me that an explosion might come. So only a permanent ceasefire is acceptable to me and nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Councilor Gwynn.
So first, I want to say to everyone who has testified, thank you for sharing with us your opinions. Also, I want to tell my fellow counselors that I appreciate where you're coming from. And coming into this meeting, I know that what we would love to see a 9-0 consensus, and I just don't know that I can get there. I'm a geek when it comes to watching some of our meetings, and I've been watching the Human Rights Commission meetings since October. Some of them I watched live when the Rabbi Ali, is that his name?
Ellie.
When he was speaking, and I was horrified at how he was treated. I also listened very carefully to some of the things that the folks on the HRC said, and it struck me that they said several times that when they brought this to City Council, that it would show where each of us stand and who we are as a person. And what I took from that was a further divide. We as a council have worked so hard to come together to find common ground when we don't always agree. And I believe, I just can't, I believe that for me to agree to one of these resolutions, to any of them, frankly, is succumbing to bullying, and I can't go there.
Thank you, Councillor. Further discussion? Councillor Stapleton?
Yeah, I would just like to ask that we hear from our other two counselors. This is really important for me, and I'm hoping that they have something to say.
Is there further discussion? Councillor Varney.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. I will try to talk here. My voice is about gone. I had a bunch of things I wanted to say. I think my colleagues have stated it all very, very well. You know, we were asked to make a statement, and we agreed to take this under consideration. My intent was, I thought we were making a statement promoting peace and unity and respect, something that would bring us together rather than divide us. And that's not what I saw over the last month. And I was very disappointed. I mean, I really appreciate all the testimony this meeting, previous meetings, and I did watch some of the HRC meetings as well to see what the reception and everything was. But to be honest with you, you know, it's okay to be passionate about something and state your opinion. But when there are veiled threats and intimidation, that's not okay. And they don't have a place in our city. And it really, this whole process has turned me off in terms of moving forward with almost anything. When I came up with the resolution I did, I wanted something, you know, I wanted to take a stance or a position that could be accepted by everybody. One where we want peace, we want a ceasefire, and we need, you know, there's this collective thing where we want the best for everybody. That's where I was coming from. But at this point, I cannot support the HRC resolution because of the fact that it divides our city more than brings us together. I do appreciate Councilor Nishioka and Councilor Stapleton's resolution. It's very long. It has a lot of pieces in it. I still see some pieces in there that will create some division. So at this point, I am not sure I'm going to be able to support that one. At this point, I'm not sure I want to support any resolution right now because I feel that right now, this whole process has been tainted irretrievably for right now for me, and I'm frankly pretty angry with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Hoy.
Thank you. I would agree with Councilor Varney, and I'm thankful to Councilor Nordyke for sharing her very practical analysis of our purview, which this seems outside of, and it did from the beginning. And like Councilor Varney said, I've been very disappointed in the process that the Human Rights Commission went through. Watching it is highly uncomfortable, hearing from folks who were made to feel afraid and intimidated and unable to share openly and honestly. The Human Rights Commission should be providing a safe space for such conversations, and that did not happen. So I too am disappointed in that. It's a horrible topic, and it's not, unfortunately, it's not new. It's generational and horrible, and my heart breaks for those who have to live in that kind of fear. So I can't feel good about a resolution today. Not with how this has all unfolded.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Stapleton.
I didn't know if you had something to say or if you wanted, I do have things to say, but
I do have something to say.
I'll stop then.
Yeah. I was waiting for everybody else to go. And I don't have any written comments. I just have the thoughts that have been mulling in my head for the last 4.5 hours and the last several weeks and the last several months. I think that this process and this, where we find ourselves, we don't have a consensus, clearly. We might have a majority, I don't know yet. But we're not of one mind for certain. And I think that's, usually I can figure out a path to move something through this body. And I've been struggling. I'm struggling up to this minute to figure out how to find something to move through this body. And I don't know. I feel like I appreciate the counselors who said that they think we shouldn't take a stance, but I disagree. I feel like we should. I feel like we take a stand on a lot of things. We lend our leadership. We lend our voice. I think we should take a stand of some sort. I am dissatisfied overall with the result of the HRC process, but I have to say I met with the HRC leadership, and I think that they had very, very good intentions, and I think that the process, it was a lot, but I think they went at it. I asked them I'm the person who sent it to them, and I feel responsible for that because I asked them for their advice, and I want to take their advice. But it doesn't mean that we have to just take their advice in whole. We can take their advice and do with it what we choose. I feel like everybody who offered an alternative, I appreciate their alternatives. I feel like the one that got the closest to where I'm comfortable is the one that was proposed by Councilor Stapleton and Nishioka. So I'm prepared to support that, and I think we should support something. I do think it's important. And I think that just because all of the different elements are not included, I don't think that you have to be specific on every element. We're not going to include every element in a resolution always. It's just by its nature. And I think that this takes us to a place where we are lending our voice to this horrific situation, and I think we should. So those are my thoughts right now. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. Thank you to all my colleagues who shared where they're at on this. I know it's a really difficult, horrific situation. And I agree with you, Mayor, that we should say something. And I wanted to thank you, Councilor Gonzalez. I agree with almost everything you said, except I do believe that Biden cares about more than just those two states. But thank you so much for bringing your thoughts to this as well. I would like to move that this council adopt the resolution created by myself and Councilor Nishioka.
And I'll second that.
1 second.
One moment, please.
I said something wrong. Oh. Dang it.
We have a motion on the floor, so this would be a substitute motion, just to
Okay,
clarify.
I would like to make a substitute motion.
Thank you.
That we as a council adopt the resolution that Councilor Nishioka and I crafted.
I'll second that.
Motion by Stapleton, second by Nishioka. Counselor, to your motion.
I don't know if I have any more to say. I feel like I've said a lot. But to the point that this honors the process that we did go through, that it takes into consideration even more input than what was provided at the HRC. I know some folks said that that maybe we didn't get that amount of impact, but we do. I feel like we have gotten, I don't know how many emails and phone calls and input from our community. So I feel very good about coming to that with this amount of information. This is an incredibly hard thing to do, and I think that Councilor Nishioka and I tried our best to meet the needs of the community in a way that honors the original intention. I would like to say that I hope that after we move forward, that maybe there is some deeper conversations with the HRC about how to handle these situations in the future, and maybe even conversations around how we heal from this, how we move forward together, how we come together as a community in the face of what's happening around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And just to be a little bit more clear, that is part of the conversation I had with the HRC leadership, and I have to take responsibility for a part of the ambiguity. Excuse me, and it's something that I learned from this process. I didn't ask them for advice in writing. I asked it of our staff person to relay to them verbally, and that was a mistake. I messed up. I should have done it in writing so they were more clear what I was asking. And so so there was no room for, what was the mayor asking us to do again? So that's on me. And so I asked verbally, it should have been in writing. So that kind of set it on a path that could have been clearer from the beginning. And so I just wanted to own that. And the leadership and I have had a conversation about that and about other things, including a path forward to healing and those kinds of things. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. Yeah. Is there further discussion? Councilor Phillips? Councilor Gwynn? Somebody?
I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the work that Councilor Nishioka and Councilor Stapleton and Councilor Varney, all of the work that you guys put into doing that. I still am not going to be able to support a resolution just because I for the reasons I stated earlier, but I also just don't think it's our place.
Councilor Phillips.
I really appreciate hearing again from everybody in the community and all my colleagues tonight. Thank you for communicating clearly. I plan to support this motion and this resolution. I think that this is a unique situation. I don't anticipate something like this happening on the regular. This will be the last of my 4 years. I'm not serving after the end of this calendar year. My term is up. I did not seek re-election. If I'm honest with myself, I really am probably most proud of the resolution I did in the first summer on council, where we, as a body, unanimously declared healthcare a fundamental right. And then the next year, we as the state got to vote on that and passed by narrow margins to change our constitution to say healthcare is a fundamental right. So I think it would be hypocritical for me to say that resolutions don't matter. And I do think that there is a place for us to say something as constructively as possible And I honestly and genuinely believe that the best thing we can do tonight is to pass the motion crafted by my colleagues Stapleton and Nishioka. So I appreciate your work. I really debated making a final edit, but I don't think we can. I don't have that in me tonight to make a slight improvement. But this is just an example of like, these communications are to be ongoing for me moving forward. I'm going to continue to learn from the members of our community who are Palestinian, Muslim, Jewish, and of all the other faiths and diversity that come. I don't think that this is done. I appreciate that this may not go as far as some people would like and that we aren't tabling it and continuing the conversation. But I think that this not only captures what I want, it accurately represents where I'm coming from. I think it really does say a lot of good things. And this is unique when you compare to what a lot of other communities have done. It really is quite high level, and we are saying some substantial things that have not yet been said because they may have weighed in as early as November. I mean, Eugene's statement was like maybe 3 sentences long, and it just said we want peace. So they're on the list of saying they want a ceasefire because they did that. Now, because it's May and we've seen everything we've seen, I think we should say what we're saying in this document.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Councilor Nordyke. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I can support the resolution. I think it does more harm than good. I think that the attempt to come up with a compromise from the HRC resolution, which has created enormous amount of division in our community, will not placate those who demand that we follow the resolution. And again, I do not appreciate the fact that we had so many people who said that they felt afraid just because of this process. And I don't feel that I can adopt a resolution that has created so many opportunities for intimidation and threats against some vulnerable communities that have already been subjected to enormous amounts of harm and prejudice and bigotry and discrimination and all manners of physical harm as well. So I don't think I can do it tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Gwynn.
Nay.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilor Hoy.
Nay.
Councilor Nordyke.
Nay.
Councilor Varney.
Nay.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. We are on to information reports. We'll go through those one by one quickly. Item 6A. Anything? 6B. 6C. 6D. All right, we are on to second readings, item 7.2A.
Ordinance Bill number 524, an ordinance relating to system development charges, amending SRC Chapter 41.150. Councilor Gonzalez.
I'm sorry, I don't think we could hear you.
Yeah, I recommend we do the second reading and enact ordinance bill 524.
Oh, excuse me, I'm just doing roll call.
Oh,
This is second
readings
reading.
yeah, it's just a yes or no.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Councilor Hoy.
Yes.
Councilor Nordyke.
Counselor, you're on mute.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 7.2B.
Ordinance Bill Number 424, an ordinance declaring certain territory located at 4785 and 4815 Auburn Road Northeast, annexed to the City of Salem, prescribing zoning and withdrawing the territory from the Marion County Fire District Number 1 and the East Salem Sewer and Drainage District. Councilor Hoy.
Is this to my?
This
to the
is second
motion,
reading.
or-
Yeah, so I'm just doing roll call vote.
Thank you. Aye.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye, motion passes. All right, we are on to item 8, and we do have a person who has waited almost 5 hours to speak to us on the topic, so we are going to give him his time. Tyrone Jones, you're welcome to come on up, hit that button, introduce yourself with your name and either your ward or your address. You have 3 minutes. When the yellow light blinks, that means you have 1 minute left.
What an emotional night. You know, it makes my problem seem a lot smaller than I thought when I first came in here tonight. I am a car dealer in Salem, Oregon, and I own a lot on State and Lancaster, and I just purchased the old highway fuel on Fairgrounds Road. I come to you guys, and I will tell you I'm a businessman, but as I do business in the city, I realize that I'm a black man. The first car lot I ever had in the city, the state took from me and sold it for $2,000 because when I was a young man, I would be considered what you would call a super predator. I got into a fight with a drunk guy who attacked me, and the state sued me for $1 million and took my business. I ended up as a single father raising my kids on the street. I worked hard. I was able to open another business in Kansas City, outside of Kansas City, Kansas, where the city all of a sudden found out they zoned my property incorrectly. This Fox 4 came in and did a big article on how the city zoned it incorrectly. What had happened was the city planner was getting fired from his job and decided to zone the property. Me and my family lost $100,000 and we moved back to Oregon. I then opened a property on State Street. And when I bought the property on State Street, when I realized that I had to start buying my own property and being part of the community and helping people, one of the neighbors was throwing garbage on the property, and I asked him not to do that. He called me a nigger. Then he called the zoning people that come out to make you comply with the rules. And these people harassed me completely, told me I couldn't park my car in front of my property that I purchased, but all the other neighbors could. I then worked and made this business work, and I decided that I wanted to buy the Fairgrounds property. I spent $700,000 on this property. And I pushed really hard to make sure the black community and other community members know that they can make it in this community. As a matter of fact, when I met Nordyke originally, was at the Black Lives Matter protest when I paid for all the water bottles for the police to give out so that they can seem like they were part of the community and to make it work. I come now to you because my new property on Fairgrounds, they won't let me operate out of it. I got the permission to do it. I am in the middle of construction, and your guys just came to me and said I cannot park cars on my lot that I am paying $10,000 a month for because they don't know why. There was a mistake made with the city, and I understand the city is not responsible for the mistakes they make. I'm the only one who's going to be responsible for the mistakes they make. If you guys take away my ability to sell cars, I jump through the hoops. I have a dealer's license. I have my permit. I was approved. I am in the middle of construction, and now you're telling me I can't do business on my property that I'm paying for? Now, I will tell you, in that single day, you kicked out 2 black business owners when there's very few black businesses in Salem.
Mr. Jones, hold on for just a second. Maybe I'm going to ask staff if they can help shed some light. And I don't know if this is a pending land use case that we can't discuss, or if it's something that maybe you can help us understand a little bit more context.
Land use is approved.
I'm sorry?
Land use has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll talk to staff first.
Hi, Lisa Anderson Ogilvy, your planning administrator. I have to say I'm not familiar with the case, so I'd have to look into it, but I'm happy to give my card and
Thank you.
and give him a call and look
All right.
into it. Yeah.
Mr. Jones, if you could talk to Lisa Anderson Ogilvy, get her contact information for you. This is the first I've heard of this issue, so I would like to know more, and we'll figure out if there's a way to help you. I don't know if there is or not.
It is a simple process right now, to be honest with you. And what the problem is I applied to have the permits when they changed the zoning for that property beforehand. And I paid $150,000 just to get through that process, hired Ron Ped, and I got through the process. The process is completed. It's in Zone 1. They gave me permission. The state of Oregon signed off for me to be able to operate on that property without a building there. They gave me permission to store vehicles there without a building there. And now that I've applied for the building and I have been approved and we're starting construction, you guys are telling me that I can't have inventory that I'm going to pay for this property with. I can tell you now, as a minority business owner, you cannot get a loan if you want to open a car lot. You can't get a loan if you're looking in restaurants. The businesses that minorities are trying to get in right now are very difficult. And when we pass that hurdle, I can't have the city come in and say, you can't make enough money now to make the payment. I put $150,000 to get through this process. I got $300,000 out of my family's pocket to get to where we are, just to find out a couple months into this that I can't make the payment anymore.
I hear you. I really do. And I want to get to the bottom of it. And we're going to have to do that through, if you can give your contact information to Ms. Anderson Ogilvy, she's the person that can get to the bottom of this issue. And if there's a path forward, we're going to figure it out. All right. Thank you for staying. Thank you for staying around tonight and sharing your story. And we'll try to figure it out for you. Thank you. All right. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. Yeah, this is in my ward, like you mentioned, and I drive by your location all the time, and I keep waiting for that building to pop up out of the ground because I saw the plans for it. But I just wanted to ask, Lisa, if you could please keep me in the loop so that I can be of any help.
Thank you. And seeing no further items on our agenda, we are adjourned.